Board, thank you for attending tonight's meeting, and this is being held electronically as allowed by the Iowa Code. And those interested in viewing it may view it on our YouTube channel on youtube.com Ames channel 12 or cityofames.org/channel 12 Mediacom, or you can call in and listen as well too. So first item on the agenda this evening is roll call.
Sorry about that. Ames City Council.
Present. Here.
Story County Board of Supervisors.
Here.
Ames Community School District.
Here.
Nevada Community School District.
Present.
Gilbert Community School. And United Community School District.
Okay, we do have a quorum on each of the individual entities. So just as by way of a reminder, this meeting is being called to appoint an examining board as required by the Code of Iowa. Greg Lynch has submitted his resignation effective the end of this year, and I sent to each of you an explanation of the process that we need to go through. And the first step in replacing a assessor is to appoint one member each, one from City Council, one from the Board of Supervisors, and one from one of the school districts. And they have to be residents of the City of Ames as prescribed by the Code of Iowa. And the chairperson and secretary to be appointed or voted on by that group, and then we'll begin the process. So with that said, I'd entertain a motion appointing a member to the examining board from the Ames City Council.
Mayor Hala, I'm going to defer. Lisa Heddens is our official representative on this conference board. Lisa, did you have anything you wanted to bring up before we do this?
If it regards to whether or not we proceed, we can still have the examining board appointed, Loris, with respect to the agenda, and then we can proceed. Whether or not the examining board proceeds with their mission or duty is going to be determined if there's a motion and approved to move forward on what I believe is a topic at hand.
Okay, thanks.
Is there a motion to appoint someone from the city council?
I'd move to appoint Amber. Amber has been on the mini board, and it seems like we want someone with recent experience.
Yeah. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. We moved and seconded that Amber be appointed to the examining board. Those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstaining? All right, Amber. Board of Supervisors.
Is there a motion to appoint somebody to the examining board?
Oh, I move Lisa Heddens.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Okay, and then we have a motion appointing someone from the school district. Joe, do you want to make a motion with respect to Sabrina, since she's, I believe, Sabrina, you are a resident of the Ames City, correct?
Yes, I am.
All right. I'll make a motion to appoint Sabrina as the school district representative.
Second.
All right. Those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried. Okay, so you have Amber, Lisa Heddens, and Sabrina. All right, on to conference board comments. Okay, Loris?
Like I said, I'm gonna let Lisa lead. I just wasn't sure about where we were in the process.
Sure.
Yeah, and I think I'm going to just kind of take off that first. So, Mayor Haley, I did get your email and the agenda for tonight. So the process, can you explain just be clear on the process, since now that we have the examining board
Certainly.
appointed?
Certainly. The process is that only assessors who are on a list of approved and have passed certain licensing examinations that are available from the Department of Revenue can be considered for this position. Unlike what we normally would do in business, for sake of discussion, put an ad in the paper, not just anyone could apply for it or any CPA. They have to pass a very rigorous process. The examining board, according to the Code of Iowa, is the only one that can request such a list. That list will then come back to the examining board, and there is some time limits prescribed within that. As I mentioned to all of you in my email I sent out back in November, there needs to be some clarification made on some of these timelines, because there's a very short timeline from when the examining board gets the list to when it gets back to the conference board. And I'm a little unclear, although I did call and talk to a representative who's very knowledgeable, and I'll pass that information on to the examining board so they can go ahead and make contact to make sure they're aware of it. As I also indicated, the Iowa Code also sets forth that because we do have a deputy city assessor, that person by Iowa Code will take over for the city assessor, Greg Lynch, on January 1. And that person can continue on serving in that role until a city assessor is appointed. So the examining board, if I could, my understanding is, in a sense, becomes in a way a search committee, but it brings back names of people to the conference board, and it's the conference board that makes the decision on who to appoint, and they're the ones that would vote on the individual. It's not the examining board. It seems like an extra step to go through to have this examining board. The examining board can also administer a written and oral examination, which I explained to the Board of Revenue. It seems that you have lay people trying to ask test questions of a city assessor when that's what they've been doing. So I think some clarification needs to be made as well on that aspect also. So the good news is that we do have someone who will take over, and I've already contacted Brenda Swaim, who is the deputy city assessor, and she is willing and was assuming that she would be serving in that capacity upon the execution, or not the execution, that's the wrong term, the cessation of Greg's employment at the end of the year.
Okay, thank you. And then I guess my other questions are kind of comments, because it seems like this is the appropriate time or place in the agenda to bring this up. So I know that Ames is probably one of 7 cities in the state that has a separate assessor. I think the most other locations, obviously, if there's only 7, go by just a county assessor. I also know that there was a staff report done back in 2005 looking at whether we have 1 or 2 assessors within Story County or having a separate one for Ames. I would be interested in having an updated staff report on that to determine whether we really need to have 2. Does that make sense for the taxpayers? What other are there equipment upgrades that need to be done that we really need to look at that hasn't been looked at? 15 years is a long time from a study, and things are continually changing. I'm wondering if it might be more appropriate to have that study completed.
Other comments?
I would not be interested in changing the structure. I think that we have a system that served the community very well. I like very much to have the accountability of the assessor being within the Ames city government and not shifting such an important role to the county supervisors. The study makes it very clear that we had a substantial period where, frankly, had the people of Ames had their assessments done by the county assessor, they would have been paying, their assessments would have been far worse than what they were. The statistics are very clear about that. But primarily, and this doesn't, the staff report doesn't go into this, but I think the people of Ames are extremely well served by having an assessor in our city government. So I wouldn't be interested in anything to change that.
So, Tim, actually, are you sure about the structure? Story County is the fiscal agent for your assessor. Also, at various times, your HR department has called upon Story County to assist when it's come to the fact of the conference board. The conference board people actually don't report through the city of Ames. And I think that maybe then there needs to be clarity here. If you guys are going to pick and choose about when you're going to bring them in, and I'm going to give as an example, the conference board for Ames keeps on advocating to follow whatever the raise structure is for the city council as far as the percentage of raises. And rather than looking at what the conference board for the Story County assessor's office has been doing, which tends to follow more what we raise percentages in Story County. I believe it's about 1% per year. Now, this is just me operating off of, I didn't have time to find all these numbers exactly, but at a 1% raise difference over the last 15 years works out a cumulative to a 16.1% difference in just the raises that the Ames assessor's office has had, and they are not your employees, the city of Ames. So meanwhile, like I said, Story County has been asked to be the fiscal agent and still is. So maybe we at least need to, if you want, clean that up. We're not charging a fee to do that. Never have. It's my understanding that the city of Ames charges the conference board, the assessor's office, for all the other services that are provided to them. Thank you.
Okay. Other thoughts and input? Gloria?
I have to admit, when I read that 2005 report, I was thinking along the same lines as Lisa, which is that this is 15 years old, and I don't know that we know that the citizens of Ames are being served better by having a city assessor than having a county assessor, which is not to say that I wouldn't support continuing having a city assessor, but I think the reason you have staff look at it is to determine whether you're making the right decision.
Joe or Sabrina, have any input on this one?
It's all written to me, so I really, and I don't really have any input.
Joe? Any thoughts?
I have a question.
Yes.
And is it the case that the city of Ames has its separate city assessor because of an ordinance that you have?
There is an ordinance that the city council would have to repeal in order to eliminate the city assessor's position, correct?
Okay, so it's basically up to the city whether or not there are two assessors in Story County.
It will end up being that way, that's correct.
Okay. And so the people who need to be convinced to do it differently are the city council members here, not the supervisors nor the school board representatives.
I see that Mark is, so I believe that's correct. Mark, do you have any, can you offer any input from a legal standpoint? If not, I would accept that.
Yeah, I believe it falls on the city. I mean, I'd be happy to kind of research it further, but I know we're allowed under the Iowa Code to have a city assessor, but I haven't looked at that language for some time, so I'd want to take a look at it before kind of offering an opinion.
I know I did ask city manager's office, and they did indicate to the city it would have to be a city council would have to repeal the city ordinance in order to eliminate the city assessor to go to the county.
Yeah.
Well, then then what it says to me is it's up to the city. You hold all the cards on this, and that's fine. But I think there are some issues that maybe have come up that we should just discuss in terms of what the county's role is in terms of doing payroll and some other things that we don't, and that we're not reimbursed for. And maybe that's what we need to focus on is just, what the code responsibilities are of the county, what other things maybe traditionally Story County is doing, and whether if it's the city's decision to maintain a separate assessor, whether some of those things might be better placed with the city. That would be what I would think we should be looking at.
And I think that was part of my suggestion for that study would kind of look at that as well. Not only should we have to, but potentially look at what has the county been providing and what is the city providing. It wasn't a yay or nay on voting for or against a city assessor. It was updating the information that's 15 years old. And that's, to me, that's how you make that determination of what's best for serving the people that you represent.
I appreciate that clarification, Lisa and Linda. And I think that obviously the report that was forwarded to everybody yesterday was actually a report that analyzed whether or not you would combine the two offices and then look at the cost. So I think that clarification was important from the two of you. So the point is, I guess one option we can look at is if you're interested in pursuing, evaluate, or refreshing that study as it was initially done, that would be one way of approaching it. The other way to approach it would be to make a motion to refresh the study, but look at different topics that you alluded to, like, cost sharing, current roles, payroll, etc. That could also be done, but it would not be necessarily looking to replace the city, to combine the city and the county assessor into one. That sound reasonable? I'm trying to get it clarified for everybody so we can go ahead and get a motion on the table. If there's one that's appropriate.
I would suggest that these are separate conversations. And so if the county feels like it's picking up costs that are not equitably shared, and that those are matters that you don't have to have a special report to that effect. That's something that the leadership of the two bodies can have a conversation with tomorrow. And there's nothing to have prevented that for years. Yeah, the matter before us now is on the replacement of our city assessor, and I think that needs to be the focus of any further actions at this point.
The reason for my clarification, Tim, was if the county board of supervisors was proposing or suggesting refreshing the study to see if they're going to combine the city and the county offices together, this would be the time to do it prior to going out and searching for a new city assessor, I believe. That's why I wanted to get the clarification, was if there was support to do that study, then basically the examining board would still be in place, but they would be idle until that report came back. I was just trying to get clarification on where the board wanted to go. That's the reason. So,
well, let me ask this: since you did agree that it really is up to the city whether or not there's two offices or one, it's whether you folks need a report on that issue or whether you know what you want. What we're bringing up are some other issues, and Tim's right. They're not necessarily associated with that, but and we haven't brought them up before, but I think it came up because we were talking about this. So I guess it's up to me if the city feels like they need more information to make their decision whether or not to maintain their separate assessor's office. That's up to you folks.
I guess I would add, though, Linda, it does seem that if that discussion were had about shifting financial responsibility or any of the current modus operandi to the city, then that is also part of the equation for whether we have a city assessor or not, because it could conceivably add to expenses for the city that we do not currently incur. And so they are related to a fiscal decision. And I think that the 2005 report made what I would see as a good point, which is you don't get the opportunity that's created by a retirement every year. And so the opportunity right now is to take a look and to see whether it's still fiscally responsible for us to have a city assessor, whether it makes sense for the citizens of Ames, and how that possible shift of responsibilities from the county would figure into that equation.
Okay, let's do this. The city council can't deliberate tonight on whether or not to move forward. This becomes an issue. It should be placed on a city council agenda to talk within our own realm. So may I suggest, for expediency's sake, that we would then refer this to our council, refer this to staff to put on the agenda for, let's just say 2 weeks from now, for conversation. And if there is no interest, if there's not a majority of council that wants to go any further in terms of exploring eliminating it, that would answer that first question. And secondly, if there's an interest in getting information from the county, then they can get staff to start working together with your staff to get the information, understand the costs. But then concurrent with that, the examining board can start their process, because we know that the council is not going to support. I'm not saying they would or wouldn't, but then that way that question gets answered. But I don't think it's appropriate for council tonight to even, take that issue up, unless Mark would think that it would be appropriate under this particular venue. It's not really on the agenda.
Oh, no, it's not on the council agenda, so we can't take it up tonight.
We really can't take it up under the conference board either, correct? Even though.
Right.
That was my thought. Okay.
Right.
Is everyone comfortable with that process? Does supervisors feel that they've been heard in this situation then, and the process we're going to go through?
Yeah, I mean, for me, having gotten the report, what was it, yesterday, and able to read through it and stuff, would be one reason why nothing was put on the agenda, was from just being able, the opportunity to read through it from yesterday for today. I do think we just want something updated to go from. That's just my personal opinion. Obviously, the council will have to make that decision as well if you want that. But Mayor, you made a comment about the examining board moving forward. Could you clarify what you were meaning on that?
Well, I'm just saying that until the question at hand is, let's just say the city council is interested in studying whether or not you combine the city and the county together. I mean, then the examining board has no reason to move forward at this point in time. The examining board now has been set. There's 3 members that's been established.
Right.
Because it's established, it doesn't mean that it can go ahead, or it has to go ahead right now. If we didn't have a deputy assessor, we'd have a whole different situation on our hands.
Right. I just misunderstood you, Mayor Hale. I thought I heard you say for the examining board to move ahead, and that's why I was seeking some clarification.
Thank you. And I did what I think it said was, or what I meant to say was, if after a week from Tuesday night, 2 weeks from now, if the council votes no, they do not want to consider getting rid of the city assessor, then at that point, the examining board can go ahead and proceed. Say no, that's going to go ahead, that we're going to go ahead and stay in the current setup as we are. But that doesn't preclude doing studies and to answer some of the questions that we've raised this evening.
Thank you.
To define the roles, responsibilities, and duties. Okay?
So John, procedurally then, does that mean that during the council meeting tonight, during council comments, there would have to be a motion to put it on a future agenda to see whether council supports that?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments from the city council under conference board comments tonight?
Would it be possible to mail that 15-year-old study to the rest of the conference board?
I apologize, Joe. Yes, we certainly can. We'll get that out to you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Yep. Sabrina, any questions? Thank you for staying on. I will, board members, Sabrina has a dual. She's apparently involved in 2 meetings at once. She's listening to this one as well as another meeting. So Sabrina, thank you for joining in so we can have a quorum tonight. Any questions or comments tonight from you?
No, but I will look forward to getting that report tomorrow as well.
Okay, very good. All right, entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn.
All right, we are adjourned.
Thank you.
Well, Sabrina, thank you for joining us. Linda, Lisa, Loris, thank you. And we will take a short couple-minute break, and then we will reconvene into our regular council meeting. Thank you. regular meeting of the Ames City Council for December 8th, 2020 to order. And this meeting is being held electronically as allowed by the Code of Iowa. And if you wish to participate, you can access it on zoom.us/J826-593-023. Our toll-free number is 888-475-4499, and the Zoom meeting ID is 826-593-023. And this information can all be found on the City of Ames website under the City Council meeting agenda. So we're going to go ahead and move into consent. And council, I have been asked by staff to pull item 15. They wish to address council on a just a point of clarification on that item. So 15 we pulled. Also, I will bring your attention that we are working from an amended agenda. And on that amended agenda, after item 6 and before item 7, there's a resolution setting the date for public hearing for December 22nd, 2020 to approve a partnership agreement between a couple of entities. So does council wish to pull any other item or pull any items from the agenda this evening? Okay, from consent? Hearing none, I'd entertain a motion to approve consent less item 15.
Consent. Second.
Garten and Corriere, thank you. Roll call, please.
Fletcher,
Aye.
Garten,
Aye.
Junk,
Aye.
Corriere,
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Beatty Hansen.
Aye.
Okay, Steve, are you going to address this one, or is Don Com available to address item 15, the explanation of what transpired on this?
Well, maybe maybe Mark can speak to this because it's a legal issue that Mark's advised us on how to handle.
With this particular contractor, they're working on a project now. This is a change order. They haven't provided a performance bond for the new amount under the change order, which they have to do under Iowa law. So it's been communicated to them many times that they need to get the performance bond in. They're currently working on the old contract. They've got a couple more days to go on that before they would get into the new contract. So what we were thinking is that if the council approved the change order contingent upon receipt of the performance bond, that would give them a couple days. And if they don't come up with a performance bond, they have to stop working. And but if they come up with a performance bond in the next couple days, then we can have the mayor sign the contract, the change order, and then go ahead.
And Mark, it's my understanding too, this is a very time-sensitive project, and Electric Services is very interested in seeing this project continue to go on as quickly as possible. Is that correct? That's the reason for the versus waiting 2 more weeks.
Yeah, that's my understanding.
Okay. Any questions for Mark? Otherwise, I entertain a motion approving the resolution approving change order number 1 with Anderson Process and Instrumentation Solutions LLC for a maintenance service contract or power plant in amount not to exceed $443,889.50, subject to provision of performance and payment bond.
So moved.
Garten.
Second.
Beatty Hansen. Roll call.
Garten,
Aye.
Junk,
Aye.
Corriere,
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Beatty Hansen.
Aye.
Fletcher.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to go ahead and open up public forum. Now is the time set aside for comments from the public on topics of city business that are not listed on the agenda this evening. And we do ask people to limit their comments to 3 minutes or less. And so, Brian, is there anybody you please review again for everybody how they can indicate if they want to address council under public forum?
Certainly, anybody interested in speaking at public forum or during any other item on the agenda can indicate so by pressing the raise hand button if they're joining us via Zoom. If they are joining us on telephone, they can press *9 on their phone, and that will give us the same indication. So I have one hand raised from Merlin Pfannkuch. Merlin, you can unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Okay. Good evening. I'm Merlin Pfannkuch, 1424 Kellogg Avenue. I'm speaking tonight to again ask for more discussion of the East Industrial Area before you possibly issue a contract for maybe $5 million for sanitary sewer and water mains next spring. I'm told Ames may hear about our federal grant application in February. Councils over the years have done a pitiful job with this project on being transparent. As usual, it seems, when a project involves the Ames Economic Development Commission, it sort of gets a pass past council. Your job as council members is to examine proposals closely and involve the public in the discussion. Ames Economic Development Commission Executive Dan Culhane keeps talking about how we've missed out on an opportunity for industry by not having this infrastructure. This is portraying this process too simplistically. Think of the process by which an industry chooses where to locate as a series of hurdles. We are not clearing only the first hurdle by not having this infrastructure. There are many other hurdles that must be cleared before an industry selects a location. Culhane also talks about how great of location this is with its interstate and rail access. He also may be overstating this. According to information available on the Iowa Department of Economic Authority's website, there are 27 Iowa certified sites of more than 67 acres. 15 sites of these sites, besides Ames, have rail service, rail and 4-lane highway access. 11 of these sites have commercial air service within 20 miles. Ames doesn't. I want to emphasize this. 15 sites besides Ames have rail access and 4-lane highway access, and 11 sites have commercial air service within 20 miles. You need to have a major public discussion of this project. With the pandemic possibly going into at least next summer with a lack of available vaccine, this is the time to be cautious on spending. Thank you.
Thank you, Merlin.
Mayor, I do not see anyone else with their hand raised.
Thank you, Brian. We will close public forum. Moving on now to item 27 under administration. Request for proposals for climate action plan, scope of services. Deb.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I do have joining me Susan Guiazda, Mary Rankin, and maybe Kaylee Lane from Electric. We're the team that has put together the scope of services that is before you for the climate action plan request for a proposal. This is a very exciting step for the city to take to build upon our current sustainability efforts, as well as taking on new initiatives. It is a goal of councils to develop and adopt a climate action plan. So The services that we are looking for within the RFP responses start with the development of reduction goals. And this is a little bit different than some of the RFPs that we had looked at when we were pulling this together. We looked at Dubuque's and Iowa City's climate action plans and in the RFPs. We also looked at Davis, California, Bloomington, Indiana, and Columbia, Missouri. And in those instances, goals were already developed prior to going into the climate action planning RFP, but we think it's imperative to include the goal setting as part of the RFP so the consultant can work with the community. We want this to be multifaceted. We want it to be inclusive of all community sectors. So including the GHG emission reduction goals as part of the RFP is an important step. And we'll build upon the information that we gleaned from the greenhouse gas inventory that was done earlier this year, as well as the reports, the supplemental reports that were done, and the other resources that are listed there on the council action form. The next service, of course, we want to be provided is the development of the climate action plan. We're looking for goals that are or a plan that is relevant and achievable. We don't want this to be something that gets shelved and we check the box that we did it. We want this to be an engagement of the community. We want the community to take responsibility and have be empowered to put together a plan that can be carried forward and also flexible, knowing that needs will change as we go about the process, but having a plan that we can build on and use for future sustainability efforts. Additionally, we want a robust outreach and engagement process. We feel that the consultant needs to put together a plan that can gather input and have meaningful engagement with the Ames community. We think that this is an essential part of the climate action plan, pulling that together and then making the implementing the strategies that come out of that process. One of the things that we feel is very important as we structure the climate action plan is making sure that we understand the impact that it has in the total community. Therefore, we expect that the mayor and the city council members will serve as the steering committee, and that is a role that you served under the Ames 2040 comprehensive plan. We think that will help the consultants in being advised on interim proposals, any policy considerations that need to be made during the goal setting and plan development, providing direction and guidance so that consultants understand the key decision points, and then making the final decisions related to consultants' recommendations. So that will be a role that you'll take on during the climate action planning. We also have a cross-departmental staff committee. This is the same committee that worked together on the greenhouse gas inventory. So we have representation from our utilities, electric, water, public works, fleet, Mary Rankin, of course, our sustainability coordinator, as well as other city staff to make sure we have a comprehensive look at this from the city staff perspective. We have funds in the amount of $130,000 available for the climate action plan, and that was identified from the fiscal year 2019-20 general fund ending fund balance. So that will be the amount that's available for the consultant to do the work that's outlined above. From a timeline standpoint, we're taking the recommendation from purchasing and waiting to release this RFP on January 4th. So waiting till after the holiday time, with a deadline for responses on being February 2nd. And then we will use our internal cross-departmental committee to take a look at those responses, determine who to interview the respondents, and then look at bringing an award to council by March 23rd. So that's our timeline that we have in place at this point in time. And realizing that this is probably about an 18-month work product once we bring the council on board, since we have the goals that have to be developed, and then working on the action plan and making sure that we involve everybody throughout the process. So the alternatives are there before you. Our recommendation is, of course, to move forward on this and adopt alternative number 1 that authorizes staff to issue the RFP based on the attached draft scope of services. And we're available to answer any questions.
All right. Questions for Deb, Susan, or Mary? Deb, it may be something that is normally done. I was just curious. I see that the cost not to exceed budget for the services is listed, as the amount that the council has set aside. Is that typical policy to do that? Letting them know what we're willing to spend or up to spend. I was just curious. Is that maybe that's standard protocol with most of these? But they try and hit that fee versus trying to come in at a lower amount. That's just a question.
Yeah, we did list the maximum amount in the greenhouse gas inventory RFP as well. So that lets firms know upfront what we're willing to spend on this. So it can be done, I think, a variety of ways, but this is what we chose to do, to put it up there up front, so they know what we have to spend.
Well, it appears you've done a lot of work, and thank you to the 3 of you or all that worked on the RFP. It's very detailed, and I'm very impressed with what we're going to look for out of it. So, seeing no comments from or questions from council, I'll open up public comment on this particular item. If there's anyone who's interested in addressing council on this particular item, you're invited to do so now. And I would ask you keep your comments at 3 minutes or less, please.
The first speaker is Allison Grundy.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. If you want to just introduce yourself, Allison, and also your address, and you may proceed.
Great. Yes, my name is Allison Grundy, 3125 Maplewood Road, Ames, Iowa. And on behalf of the Ames Climate Action Team, I would like to say thank you so much for this work and for moving forward with a RFP for a climate action plan for Ames. Most definitely, I sent this list of suggestions for revisions. Actually, I think Jerry sent it, but that was on behalf of the Climate Action Team, a few small revisions. And, we were wanting to see a little bit more in terms of mentioning the need for climate adaptation in the RFP. And when we think about, June 2018, a flood event in central Iowa, 7 to 10 inches of rain in a number of hours, this summer's derecho. Obviously, we all need to be thinking about adaptation, resiliency, and the flexibility that you mentioned, Deb, when you were so graciously talking about this process. And I do see that climate adaptation piece in so many of these cities that you looked at with those other RFPs, and the city of Columbia, Missouri, and even Iowa City and Dubuque. And so I just think that's a really valuable piece for our community to engage on that and see some really multi-level benefits, not just about the mitigation and greenhouse gas reduction, but also benefits for planning and adapting to these challenges. It's very exciting, like you were seeing these other RFPs from other Midwest cities and counties. It's, I think, very interesting to see how Cedar Falls, Cedar Rapids, Iowa City, Des Moines, a lot of these cities are increasing their climate adaptation and climate action goals, renewable energy goals right now. So I am very much supportive of moving forward with this process. So these are just sort of suggestions to increase this RFP outline a little bit. And then also that it would be nice to list the 2040 plan as a list of resources, and also the Iowa Energy Plan as a list or as a resource in that list on the RFP. But in general, I am very excited about this, and I would say that building climate resiliency for the people of Ames is something that is a very exciting prospect. And so thank you very much for your efforts. If we can do anything to answer questions or support you better, please let us know.
Thank you, Allison.
The next speaker is Anne Willson.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, Alice, Leanne.
Yes, hi, thank you. I am very impressed with everything I've learned about the city of Ames.
I'm sorry, Leanne, would you please name and address, please?
Leanne Wilson, 5326 Springbrook Drive.
Thank you.
So I'm very impressed with everything I've learned about Ames and the city council and what's going on with respect to climate issues. And as some of you know, I've been sitting in on a lot of conversations with you about these things. I had one small thing that as a scientist kind of caught my eye on this one, which was wondering, I do understand that when one is discussing land use, it's probably a different political process than this, but I can't imagine how one could address climate issues without also at least thinking about how we use our land, because the more area that we occupy, the more transportation we need. We take over farmland and we cover up soil that could be used in mitigation and green areas. So it seems to me that maybe what at least mentioned thinking about land use somewhere in this call for proposals. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Shellie Orngard.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Shellie.
Opportunity to speak briefly on this topic today, and for the emphasis.
Shellie, would you please give us your address?
Oh, I'm sorry, 928 Burnett.
Thank you.
All right. So again, yeah, I just wanted to say thank you for the opportunity to speak on this topic today, and for the emphasis on community input that is part of the RFP you are considering. The climate action plan will be far more successful with the Ames residents' knowledge of and active participation in not only developing the plan, but making it happen. And so thank you for that emphasis. I have 3 points tonight. First, it would be good to have an RFP with a wide scope, one that allows for a breadth of not only mitigation of CO2 emissions, but adaptation to our already changing climate. And as Allison already mentioned earlier, she referred to some climate events we've had recently, such as the derecho, which was a shock and a surprise to all of us this past August, and a wake-up call about how severe weather events can affect us, not only financially, but in the way we live our lives. That came home to me in a real way when I had to remove a beautiful 60-foot tree from my property and my electricity was out for a week. Climatologists tell us our climate future is going to be way different from what it has been in the past, with more extreme weather events, more moisture on average, and periodic droughts. We need to anticipate what those changes are likely to be and prepare for them. I mean, they're going to have an effect on the foundations, our basements, the foundations of our homes, on our roadways, so many other things. Second, the Climate Action Plan will need to work together with the Ames 2040 Land Use Plan in order for either to be truly successful. So it seems that that should be explicitly stated, I think. Whether we are talking about transportation or the effect of the built environment on the watershed or sequestering carbon in the landscape or a host of other topics, these two plans need to work together. And third, preparing for our climate future is going to mean thinking in new ways, whether we like it or not. Tweaking our past ways of doing things is not going to be sufficient. We are fortunate that we live in a community that has been making changes, such as switching from coal to natural gas and buying vehicles that use biodiesel, but we can't stop there. I look forward to future conversations on this topic. And again, thank you for the opportunity to say a few words and for putting together this, this RFP.
Thank you, Shellie.
Mayor, I do not see anyone else with their hand raised.
Thank you. We'll close public input. Council? Discussion and or motion?
I have some comments probably leading to a motion. I think the suggestions are very well intentioned, and I think that some of that will be covered just through the execution of the climate action plan by the consultants, and it's not necessarily something that needs to be explained in the RFP. But some of it is also very easy to state in the RFP. So I'm inclined to make a motion to add some references to things, and I'm not making the motion yet, but I'm thinking just point out that we're interested in climate adaptation planning, that the Ames 2040 plan is relevant. Of course, we also have an understanding that the 2040 plan will refer back to the climate action plan. And then to mention the Iowa energy plan and also the waste to energy study that's coming up too. Resource recovery seems like it's related. So so can I make a motion or you want more discussion?
Let's get some other comments first. If there's other comments, otherwise we'll come back to you for the motion, David.
Sure.
Any other comments?
So, Steve, if I could ask a question of you. So the issue of adaptation, when your engineers and staff are looking at capital improvement plans, do we consider these kind of issues, for example, in sizing infrastructure right now? It seems like it's not as if we're not thinking about surface water and making sure we have adequate size of utilities. Could you just speak in general about how our staff is already taking some of these things into account?
Yeah, like you said, I think we're always looking at ways to make sure we have sufficient infrastructure in place to handle those unforeseen disasters that could come upon us. Of course, they always do, so it's difficult to guard against every situation.
Okay, David, come back to you for the motion.
I would move to edit the RFP to include appropriate references to our interest in climate adaptation planning, the fact that the Ames 2040 plan is underway, a reference to the Iowa energy plan as a resource, and a mention that we are also studying the future of the resource recovery plan.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Rachel seconded. Thank you. Discussion?
I would agree with most of those additions because they're really more for information purposes to the consultant. But the addition of adding the climate adaptation component, that's it seems to me, and maybe I'm wrong, but entirely different additional level of service that it really changes the scope. So my understanding was what we're focusing on is finding ways to reduce our contribution of greenhouse gases and trying to create a more sustainable community. Finding ways to make our community more resilient to weather events, that seems like a different proposal. So maybe my question, David, is are you sure you want to expand it in that way?
My answer is I don't consider that an expansion. I think that that's within the scope of a climate action plan. And it might be that the ability of the planning action to do much there is limited, but I do think it's something that should be in the scope of discussion.
So what would be an example of the kind of adaptation? I mean, are we primarily talking about making sure that we're trying to make sure that we have our utilities prepared for high wind events and our storm system being able to handle large volumes of water?
It also has to do with things that we would like with predictions of more extreme drought and more extreme flooding, both, which is hard to believe you get both at the same time, but that's how it happens, right? Your soil gets so compact that when it does rain, so that's what they predict for our area. Adaptation could mean planting different things than we plant now that maybe we haven't thought about, perhaps in terms of trees or ground cover. It could mean, it touches all aspects, I think, and not just roads and power to be resilient, because the extreme weather events are more frequent because of climate action, or climate change. So I tend to agree with David that a climate action plan, that those would be a natural fit there.
I would just also say that the adaptations are things that you can take to the bank much sooner than you can if you're just reducing greenhouse gases, because that's think of that as being uniformly distributed in their impacts to the world, whereas the adaptations that we can make locally will benefit us locally to the extent that they're possible at all. And finally, I'll just add that the RFP as drafted already mentions the Ames vulnerability assessment, which I think is the key document along this lines. It's that's what says to me this is part of the idea anyway. So.
Right. Mary or Susan or Deb, do you want to offer any comment on this?
Yeah, I would say the intent of us initially doing the climate vulnerability study was to really look at, what sort of considerations do we need to be aware of related to the intensity and the trickling effect, of some of these these major climate events that are going to be taking place. So that was the intent of having that study. And then as was mentioned, including that as a resource was the intent to ensure that our climate action plan incorporated strategies, those goals and milestones that address that. I would mention that it's sort of interesting in looking across the board, there are absolutely communities that note that they have climate action and adaptation plans. And then there are communities that note they have climate action plans which have adaptation components within them. So in a sense, you're sort of titling, your plan. So, I think those pieces we had already intended that would be covered. But certainly we can, adjust exactly how we are referencing what the plan would be titled at the end of the process.
Okay. Any other comments? All right. Do you understand the motion?
So just to clarify, Mary, so do you see the addition of the adaptation component as a either it's substantial or it's not. If it's not substantial, then I don't really care. But if you see this as something of substance that's important, you didn't have that in the first version, but are you open to saying that as a welcome addition, or how should we think about that as a component? I'm still a little fuzzy on this.
Sure. Well, in the initial RFP, we did not mention the word adaptation. I mean, that's absolutely correct. By incorporating the considerations of climate vulnerability study, the intent was that there would be reference related to the strategies and goals that the climate plan ended up putting forward. To your point, it's interesting. I think that it will certainly, it will filter through the process as to the level of detail to adaptation. In some communities, it gets quite down to a lot of level of detail. So as we filter through the process for different strategies, that will certainly be up to council and see what sort of input we get from our community. But all in all, I think it's a very proactive and very progressive and visionary consideration of certainly looking at how your entire community is impacted and what strategies can be put into place in order to be addressing the different activity and challenges that we'll be facing in the future related to climate.
Okay. Those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstaining tonight? Motion carried. Deb, Susan, Mary, thank you for your efforts. Looking forward to seeing this get launched and getting the RFPs back, the responses back late winter.
Thank you.
Right,
Thanks so much.
Thank you. All right, moving on to item 28, request for proposals for the waste to energy option study scope of services. Brian.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to take a few minutes to describe where we're at with this particular study. So as you know, for the past 45 years, the community has been reliant on the resource recovery system to process and dispose of the solid waste in the county. And the community landfill closed in the 1990s, and there's no alternative landfill in this county, meaning that all landfilled waste must be taken to Boone or elsewhere to be landfilled. So the resource recovery system was pioneering at the time it was constructed, and it's been reconfigured and improved many times since, and often to the credit of the staff that works there to find improvements and efficiencies in the way waste moves through the system. We're now at a point where it makes sense to study fundamental changes to how this system operates and explore the other technical options that have been developed in the past 45 years. It's hoped that through such a study, we can be positioned to dispose of the community's waste responsibly into the future. So why are we at the point to study this? Well, first, the power plant's conversion to natural gas in 2016 has given us an opportunity to optimize how the RDF, the refuse-derived fuel, combusts with the natural gas for the past 4 years. And unfortunately, we've learned that there are some technical challenges to co-firing with the natural gas that didn't exist to the same extent when the RDF was combusted with coal. The second reason is our ability to analyze the electric markets and make purchase decisions that are really advantageous to ratepayers has improved. However, there are times when we are not able to take full advantage of low energy rates because the power plant must remain operating to dispose of the RDF. We know that the amount of natural gas that we use to combust the RDF could be greatly reduced if we had a unit more optimally sized to do so. There could be some considerable cost savings on natural gas with a different combustion system. Third, we are approaching a point where we need to invest a significant amount of capital into the RDF storage bin between the resource recovery facility and the power plant in order to keep that bin functional or decide to move to a different direction with RDF that doesn't require the use of this bin. We also recognize that the composition and the quantities of waste, along with the community's interest in it, have changed since the mid-1970s when the resource recovery system started. And although there have been changes to the resource recovery system process, We are approaching the point where it becomes increasingly difficult to make incremental change that that has a major improvement to the process. And so therefore, we need some expertise to help us understand where waste is going in the future. What quantities and characteristics can we expect from municipal solid waste in the community in the coming decades? And then what methods are best suited to handle it? And we have previously studied very forward-looking technologies to handle our waste to energy needs. We studied gasification and pyrolysis in depth through several studies a little over a decade ago. But we did not find that those were technically feasible given the needs of our community. And so therefore, we're interested in exploring more commercially viable approaches that continue our tradition of waste to energy. So given the commitment the community has made to waste to energy in the past, we are proposing to study alternatives to meet our needs in the future through 4 options. Each of them would involve a dedicated waste to energy unit or units smaller in scale than the power plant boilers, which we believe would provide us some greater reliability and flexibility at a lower cost. So the 4 options that we're looking to study are to have a dedicated refuse-derived fuel unit in the power plant, potentially reusing one of the retired turbine generator units that we do not intend to remove right away. Another option would be to study a dedicated RDF unit in the power plant with larger RDF sizing in the hope that that would reduce the processing costs. The third option would be to build a dedicated RDF unit on a greenfield site somewhere where we would explore recovering metals and potentially other recyclable materials at the head end of the processing stream. The fourth option would be a dedicated municipal solid waste unit on a greenfield site in which the raw municipal solid waste would be combusted and then recyclable metals would be recovered after the combustion process. So for each of those 4 options, we'd be asking a consultant to outline the capital, operating and maintenance and other costs, the operational requirements, environmental issues, and so forth to help us analyze these options. And then all of these 4 options would be compared against the 5th option, which would be to continue investing in the system largely as is. We think that there's a possibility that we could continue making incremental changes to optimize the system, but that option wouldn't involve any major changes to the way that we operate. So we would use that as a comparison to these 4 options. So we've indicated to, city staff has indicated to the council in the past 2 years that this study was on the horizon, that we were working towards it. Now, the next step is for us to finalize and issue the request for proposals. So tonight, we're asking the council to consider what we have prepared and then provide any further direction that you might have so we can ensure that the right questions are explored with the study. There are some representatives from Electric and from Resource Recovery and Public Works on the meeting tonight if you have any questions, and I'll turn it back over to you.
Questions for Brian or any of the staff members?
So, Brian, it seemed odd to me when I read this that there wasn't an examination of whether we should continue with waste to energy. I had assumed when we were doing this study that one of the options would be, well, maybe we don't want to continue in that direction. And it sounds like what you're saying is we've looked at other directions 10 years ago. And that seems like a really long time in the scope of the many, many changes that have occurred in energy production and the ability to, harness alternative energies. And so I guess my question is, why are we not including should we continue with waste to energy as one of the things that the consultant could look at? Again, this is not to say that we haven't assessed this in the past, but I think that a community that's looking at a climate action plan should be asking that question in real time instead of looking at something that we did 10 years ago.
Yeah, I think we've approached this with the expectation that in the past, the city council's commitment has been to waste to energy. We haven't received direction in the past to explore moving away from waste to energy. And that's why this proposed study follows that same philosophy. If there are alternatives that you would like us to explore with this study, we could certainly add that in. I think the other thing to keep in mind is that we have communities that partner with us in the resource recovery system. And so we would have to ensure that whatever future system or alternative we pursue, that we bring them along on that system. In studying a waste to energy system, that's not a transition from how we operate now. If we were to convert to closing the resource recovery system and landfilling waste, that would be a big departure, and those other communities may have significant concerns about that. So I think we need to be cognizant of our obligations to those communities too. But that is not to say we couldn't study other options. We certainly could.
Other questions?
Brian, along those lines, would Boone even be a possibility of taking all of that waste?
I think Bill or John Joyner might be able to answer that question better. My understanding is that would be a challenge. It's not a significant sized landfill. So without waste reduction, I don't think that would be a long-term option for us.
So really the only option we would have is to build a landfill in Story County somewhere?
I think if you did not have a waste to energy system, then that would need to be on the table. There may be options for us to explore to work with Boone, but I don't know. Bill, do you have any other insights there?
Yes, that would probably be the only thing, would be to look at all of the alternatives. I'm not aware that the DNR has permitted any new landfill in the past 20 years. Primarily everything has gone into existing landfills and expansion of existing landfills. I know Boone, when they built their new cell over there, which they've been running now for about 3 years, they were planning with current waste volumes going into that. They did not plan that with any additional material coming from Story County.
Well, one of the things that I've heard about at National League of Cities, which is a slightly different take on what we're doing, is a circular waste economy that doesn't necessarily involve turning the waste into energy. It involves turning the waste into other products. And so you try to attract businesses to co-locate that can use various types of waste. And I know National League of Cities has been working on this. I think it's a Recycling Reimagined program. So I don't want us thinking our only alternative is a landfill when there clearly are other things that other communities across the nation are looking at. Again, I'm not saying that we wouldn't find that what we're doing is still the best alternative, but I don't think we know it's the best alternative unless we look at what other alternatives there might be. If all we're thinking is it's landfill or RDF.
Well, I should point out one of the one of the items that we will ask the consultants to look at is whether there is a possibility of creating beneficial byproducts out of a new facility. So, for example, if we were to construct a new steam unit on a greenfield site somewhere in an industrial area, for example, would there be the opportunity to sell steam to industrial users for process steam? I think the challenge that we have, that we've got 45 years of experience with, is that right now we have a product that only has one end user, and that's the power plant. And at times when the power plant can't take that waste, then that's when we're in a real bind. So I think we would look for the consultants to tell us if there are some beneficial byproducts that can come from a new process. Although I think those options might be pretty limited.
Other questions for staff?
So my question is perhaps jumping the gun quite a bit, but I'd like to just throw this out. Maybe Brian, if we were to build a new facility, could you discuss what options there would be for finding sources of funding? Are there grants available for something like this? Would there be federal funding that could assist with this? I don't want to spend a ton of time on this because I think it's perhaps the cart before the horse, but could you just speak just quickly about the subject of funding for a new facility?
Well, I think we would look to the consultants to identify if there are grants or unique sources of funding available. We've done that in previous studies when we evaluated new technologies. We asked them to find grant or financing opportunities. I think it's going to largely depend on what the capital cost estimates end up being. If it's substantial, then I'm not sure how we're going to proceed. But if they're small enough, there might be opportunities for us to look at the savings that we generate from the electric utility, look at other sources locally of financing to make this happen. So we will just have to see what the costs end up being and what the savings are if they do in fact appear as a part of this.
Okay, let's open up public input. And Brian, let's see if there's anyone who's interested in addressing council on this particular topic this evening.
I do not see anyone with their hand raised.
Okay, we'll close public input. Any other questions for either Brian, Bill, or Curtis, John, Don this evening? All right, entertain a motion.
Move alternative one.
Second.
Moved by Garten, second by Betcher. Any discussion?
I have some thoughts. I think it is important to try to look at the big picture. It's also pretty clear that we have some pretty sturdy constraints here, from historical constraints and environmental constraints. I still think it's good if we can look at and see, just give ourselves confidence every 10 or 20 years that we're not just kind of moving the wrong direction when we had the opportunity. At the same time, I feel like asking the big question about whether we should move to a completely different type of system or not is not the sort of thing that these same consultants would give us an answer to. I feel like this is more specialized about how to do waste to energy, not how to do, everything. So I think option one, it makes sense along those lines, but I'm wondering, do we do anything beyond it?
I should also point out, one of the components of the scope of services will allow the consultants to identify as a part of their proposal if they think we're missing any big picture opportunities. So if there is some highly economical alternative that fulfills the broad criteria that we've outlined that we didn't include as these 4 options, they're encouraged to point that out to us, and then we can ask them to include it in their study. It is granted within the realm of waste to energy, but there is that opportunity for that universe of alternatives to be expanded.
Okay, everyone understand? Bronwyn, you have a
I was just going to ask, I mean, would landfilling with methane capture be considered waste to energy? I mean, so if that were, I mean, that would be one of the options they could bring back if it were, if technologies had really improved and somehow, is that what you're saying, Brian, is that within the scope as you see it?
I don't know, Bill or John, feel free to chime in here. I mean, a consultant could certainly propose that to us, and we can consider whether to allow them to include that in their study. I don't know if, I mean, Bill or John might be better positioned to tell us what falls within the industry definition of waste to energy. Bill?
That is sometimes considered waste energy. It's fairly low down on the waste hierarchy because it's actually landfilled, and then you're recovering that methane afterwards. The recovery usually is not that high, and by EPA requirements, only landfills that emit a certain level of methane are required to have methane capture. In the state of Iowa, I think there's only 3 or 4 landfills that are actually large enough to meet that guidelines to have methane capture. So, for instance, the Boone County landfill does not have methane capture due to the size of the facility that they have. A lot of those facilities that capture the methane, all they do is just flare it off so it doesn't get released into the atmosphere. They don't actually use it to generate electricity.
Thank you.
Okay. Those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstaining? Motion carried. Thank you, Brian. Moving on to item 29, staff report regarding the Iowa Reinvestment District program. Steve?
Well, many of you have probably seen the activities that is occurring on Clark Avenue West, where it's going to be the site of the new, we're relocating Starbucks over to that site. That's going to free up the site that is east along Lincoln Way. Remember, just north of that, for the big project we've been waiting for, the redevelopment, the mixed-use project that appears to be coming forward. In talking with the developers, it appears in the next few weeks they will come forward with their proposal, and we'll begin negotiations for their incentive program. While that's happening, and that's good news, we were approached by Dan and Brenda at the AEDC about a reinstitution of a state program, the Iowa Reinvestment District program, and the possibilities of taking advantage of that new development along Lincoln Way and leveraging some state funding to accomplish some of the possible goals of projects that the council would like to accomplish. Interestingly enough, Susan was reminding me, I think it was back in 2014 or 15, that program was in place. And if you remember, some of you weren't on the council, but we were going to actually utilize that program to create the dinosaur camp and park. We had worked with the developer for Kansas City. That project never was approved, and actually that investment went away. And it's been reinstated by the state government. So there's potential for us to take advantage of new retail sales tax and hotel motel tax that comes out of that project on Lincoln Way, and use that to direct towards one of your priority projects. Now, I've laid before you, I think, a very comprehensive report which outlines the program itself, the projects we've examined, the ones we're recommending, even the risk involved in pursuing this, along with all the steps that need to take place in a relatively short period of time. But the benefits here immense. In talking to the Iowa Economic Development Authority, I think they're intrigued with the possibility of us trying to accomplish a indoor aquatic center in the downtown area. Now, there's very limited sites that are available for sale or actually redevelopment, but one is the property immediately north of the Iowa Department of Transportation. And in discussions with the representatives there, they would like to support us. They can't give us the property, but they would be willing to perhaps sell it to us at a appraised value and hold off selling it to anybody else to see if we're able to accomplish or actually have a success in securing this incentive from the state. We also thought about a lot of other projects, but to help show the leverage, we're thinking about including in the application the plaza just immediately east of the city city hall. You've already put that in your CIP, so we plan to fund that locally anyway, and that will be shown as a major leveraging of funds or a local match, if you will. And then along with that, the key component is working with the developers along Lincoln Way, because that's going to be the primary source of developing these new tax revenues, which will be can be distributed to the city if we're successful in obtaining that incentive. What I want to point out is these are not funds that sales tax funds or hotel tax funds that will come out of the city's proceeds. Actually, it's the state agreeing to defer that revenue and giving it to the cities. But I want to point out there's a little bit of risk because we have to upfront the cost of any project. Let's say it's the aquatic center. We'll have to issue general obligation bonds and then hope that through a conservative analysis, we'll be able to capture the annual revenue from sales and hotel tax receipts that will help pay the principal and interest on our bonds. So I don't know if you want me to go into detail on these things. I would like to answer some of your questions. There are a lot of hurdles that have to be accomplished yet. What we'll probably ask for the city council is, first, do you want us to invest the time on a project we're not sure we can secure the actual approval for the application? The pre-application is due in mid-February of next year and probably won't get a final decision until a year from now at the very latest, whether we proceed. We'll need to move quickly in 2 months to submit the kind of information they need in the pre-application to see if we're still in the running. And therefore, we'll have to hire a number of consultants. There's 3 consultants. One will need to help us develop the concept along with the estimated costs for the plaza. We're suggesting we communicate with Confluence out of Des Moines. They do a good job, I think, in preparing that type of public gathering place. We'll want to work with RDG, continue to work with them on the actual indoor swimming aquatic center, then help us refine the cost at that site, the operating and capital costs, not only for the council to understand, but also to submit with our application. Then finally, you'll need to know through an economic analysis the feasibility of us recapturing enough sales tax and hotel motel tax to pay the principal and interest on bonds. And that, quite frankly, is also required in our submission to the Iowa Economic Development Authority with our reinvestment pre-application. So we're probably going to ask you to waive any formal bidding requirements, let us go out immediately to hire those 3 consulting firms and prepare our pre-application. Funding has not been included in the budget, so I would ask that you authorize that funding comes out of the hotel motel tax available balance, the fund available balance. I can't tell you exactly what the amount will be. I think it might be $25,000 a piece, maybe at the most. So about $75,000 that we'll have to put up front, and not knowing whether we'll be successful in securing the incentive, but it's the risk I think we should probably take. The benefits are great. If we can pull this off, we may be able to build that new indoor aquatic center, which the school district will be tearing down our municipal pool in a very short period of time, and this community will be without indoor aquatic center, which I think is not appropriate for a community like ours. We hope to attract and retain people in this community. And finally, I'll probably be asking you for a motion to indicate to the DOT that we would be interested in buying their site for the assessed or appraised value, if we're able to raise the private donations necessary, along with the amount of incentive for the reinvestment district to help pay the total cost of an aquatic center. Now, the ADC has also promised to help spearhead a drive for private donations. I've tried to lay out on one of the pages here, I know it's page 4, I believe, of the staff report, a possible budget, revenue, and expenditures, but I want to point out those numbers will be adjusted when we deal with and complete the work with the consultant on what the indoor aquatic center will cost. We'll have to get appraisal, see what the land purchase will be, and even an estimate on the site preparation. That's tearing down a number of buildings and preparing the site for construction. It assumes in this scenario that we'll use the Winokur donation, which we were going to use for the Healthy Life Center, at $2 million. We hope the ADC will be able to secure $8 million in pledges at least by February when we submit the application. And then that will require us, the difference will be the GEO bond requirement, which we hope will be abated by the incentive on an annual basis from the redevelopment district. I don't know if you have any other questions on this. We'll have to see what a lot of this has to do with, and is predicated on working with the developers along Lincoln Way. Once they show us what's in their proposal, we'll be able to determine how many square retail space, how many hotel rooms will be there. That will allow us to do the analysis in terms of the return on sales tax and hotel motel tax, which will make this viable. If for some reason we don't have enough money from the incentive program, there's a gap, perhaps we have to submit the application with the understanding that the gap will be filled by a bond issue, a referendum, if there's a difference that's required. We would have to accomplish that in the next year and have that in place if we're ever going to receive funding. But we're hoping we don't need to do that the citizens won't have to increase their taxes at all to accomplish this. But a lot of work needs to be done. A lot of steps have to be approved and completed to get this project on time for the pre-application. I think it's an unusual opportunity to take advantage of some funding that's out there. I think the benefits outweigh the risks right now and the amount of time the staff will place on this. We need a new indoor aquatic center. We need it in a short order, and this opens an avenue that I hope all citizens will understand. We have to expedite this process. So the normal input sessions we have, we won't be able to do that. We're going to use the aquatic center is basically going to mirror what we had in the Healthy Life Center, the components. There's a substantial amount of input on that. So you'll see those 3 basins we talked about and some of the other square footage you've seen in the aquatics portion of the Healthy Life Center. Any questions you might have? I don't want to go over the whole report if I can be redundant.
You just comment a little bit on the site and the requirement that the IEDA has in terms of its location for the aquatic center.
Well, first of all, I think you see the difference or the different criteria and points, and I think they want to get excited about transformational projects. So it's not the project itself that is attractive alone; it's the location of it. To have this kind of recreation center draw in a downtown area is unique, and I think they're excited about that. We discussed maybe a parking ramp, and they weren't as excited about a parking ramp in a downtown area. So it seems to be the combination of the location and the use itself that excites them. And it's important that these projects be within the same reinvestment district as the project that's going to drive the whole application, and that's the project along Lincoln Way. So we are going to be able to show from the aquatic center, where it sits across from Iowa DOT, up to 5th and 6th Street for our plaza, and along Lincoln Way, that kind of area that we're trying to reinvigorate, to draw people downtown. to help the downtown area itself. So I think that's kind of an exciting combination of projects that I think they're going to be excited about, hopefully too, and we'll score high on the competitive point system. But all those projects have to be at the same reinvestment district, which has to be contiguous, and therefore it's kind of being driven by where the site is right now of the Lincoln Way project. So that's why it's important we have this project in the downtown area too. I remember some of the feedback from the people who opposed the Healthy Life Center is they didn't particularly like the spot, and they always suggested to me, many suggested to me, why don't you have it in the downtown area? And quite frankly, it's very difficult to assemble projects in a redevelopment project in the downtown, as the developers along Lincoln Way have known, and the cost is very expensive. So to have such a large piece of property available for sale for development in the downtown area through the DOT option is very exciting to us. Although it will cost money, the site along 13th Street was not going to cost us money. So the price of the project will actually go up a little bit, given the site preparation and the land acquisition costs that are needed. But along with the redevelopment income, we hope that we're able to totally finance it. We'll see through the feasibility study. We're totally to finance it without any city tax increase. Does that help answer that question? Yep.
Steve, I had a question from a constituent in the Oak to Riverside neighborhood. And I think you've answered it, but I want to have you clarify this for the constituent who is concerned about project creep going west of that property on Lincoln Way, where across from the DOT. So the boundaries of the reinvestment district have at the western terminus that property on Oak, right? That we would be buying from the DOT, and then to the east, it's the reinvestment project on Lincoln Way. And when we talk about Lincoln Way development, we're talking about that project in the downtown gateway area that is the funding mechanism.
Well, let me make it clear, no boundary has been established yet. That will be a policy decision of the city council, and we'll walk you through that. Okay, that has to be in our pre-application where we're placing those boundaries, and the projects have to be within it. Now, I want to make it clear, if people, the project creep, I want to be very honest, we can get that done. And are they concerned that maybe we'll add recreation facilities continuing to the west?
I don't know if it was recreation facilities or if setting the boundary further to the west would enable demolition of homes. It wasn't specified by the constituent. It was just concern that it wasn't just going to be the aquatic center, but that there would be other changes to the neighborhood based on this reinvestment district that we established.
We'll have to work with you on this. I don't believe we're going to go any farther to the west. I do believe in the commercial area, it's the business district area, we'll probably have a broader boundary. Not outside your land use policy plan, I don't want to get anybody scared, but it may go up, it may go from Grand, maybe it'll be broader, maybe it'll be from Kellogg up to 6th Street, over to Grand Avenue. I don't know, but it'll encompass more than just the three properties that those projects sit on. That will help us in the future in case there's any new development that occurs with new sales tax that will be able to be captured for these projects. The way you guard against creep is not just the definition or the defining of the boundaries, it's the city council. We'll never do anything the city council doesn't allow. So if your zoning doesn't allow it, we're not going to be moving farther to the west. But my initial
concern was for the Lincoln Way corridor plan and the relationship between that corridor plan and what this might mean for the rest of the neighborhood if we suddenly have a new catalyst project at the east end of that neighborhood.
Right. I think you'll want to watch us when we lay those boundaries out before you, but I don't think it was our intention to go any farther west than the block, the farthest block that property sits on.
Other questions for Steve? Okay, we'll open up public input comments. Brian, is there anybody that wants to address council on this particular topic this evening?
Mayor, I do not see anyone with their hand raised.
We'll close public input. Steve, you alluded to it a little bit, and I think that just maybe you could just help reiterate the compressed timeline. I think that council, if there's any hesitation, I think the fact is that we like to give our residents the opportunity to give input. As you already mentioned, I think it's very beneficial from the standpoint that the planning for the aquatic portion is really building on all the public input that was received over many, many, many months in the process of developing the Healthy Life Center. This is not another Healthy Life Center. This is just the aquatics portion only, with maybe a few other small amenities potentially. But the point is that the public has been able to give a lot of input. We're just basically taking it and scaling it down significantly. Not the aquatic portion, but the overall project is being scaled down. But we haven't known about this opportunity for very long, and it's the state of Iowa Economic Development Authority. They set the deadline, and can you just comment on what we've gone through? And I know that because we don't want people to feel like we're trying to push something through quickly or having hidden something.
No, we've talked about this for a long time. It's not the way we prefer to do it, but it's something we have to do. We're scrambling to get this all done in a very short period of time. We hope the public understands that. We hope it's exciting for them. We're trying to do this to get the amenity they want without having to raise taxes to do it, at least for the construction. But I'm sure there'll be some people who will not totally support it and ask why we didn't vote on it. I will say you need to know this, that this project, when you issue the bonds, is subject to a reverse referendum. So if people, there is a process by which people are not happy with it, they can participate to require a bond election on this. But I hope that everybody understands the benefit that will come from this. We're able to secure the state funding. Again, it doesn't take away from any of our local option sales tax funding that we'll receive, our hotel motel tax funding. We will still capture the same amount. This is funding that would normally go to the state that they're deferring to us. So that's good news, I think, if we're able to take advantage of it.
I think it's also interesting in the staff report, you mentioned the fact that last time this program was actually in play in Iowa was almost 6 years ago.
Yeah.
And there's no guarantee that this will continue after this year also. So it's very possible this is a once in every few years, long time potentially, maybe never again.
That's right. And because we have this major development occurring on Lincoln Way, we can piggyback on it. We're not sure if we'll have that kind of magnitude at all. Once they build this and occupy it and the occupants start have filed for state taxes, their state tax permit, we're not eligible to take advantage of it anymore. So if we wait a year or two and those buildings are in place, that we lose the opportunity to take advantage of that additional or incremental taxes, those taxes from retail sales tax and hotel motel tax. So you'll have to assume that sometime in the future there'll be a project of similar size or magnitude to generate that kind of revenue for us for an additional project or a different project. So we're trying to strike while the opportunity exists right now.
And that also assumes that this program continues because the legislature is committing $100 million of sales tax over a 20-year period of time to be rebated to communities who qualify.
Yeah, that's why I believe this round they're going to set aside $100 million that they're willing to defer to projects. And we might be going after 12 or $13 million of that total. It's very competitive. We hope we can make a good case, but again, it's not guaranteed at all.
Right. All right, any further questions? All right, entertain a motion.
I'd move alternative 1.
All right, move the Corey.
Second.
Option 1 includes 3 parts. You understand those, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstaining? Motion carried. Very good. Moving item 30, Kelly, resolution approving downtown facade grant.
Hello, City Council. Benjamin Campbell is the planner that did the work on this, and he's here to answer any questions you might have on the proposed facade grant. We had one application in the fall round.
Hello. Good evening. Let me just pull up. Oh, no, I won't. No, I don't have sharing ability. Otherwise, I would share a image with you of.
Sorry, now you have. Now you can.
Okay, thanks.
While you're doing that, Benjamin, I think your report is very thorough too. So I think if you want to just pick the highlights and the council can ask questions that they may have.
Yeah, no problem. So the facade grant, sorry about that, is at 409 Douglas Avenue, which is right next to what's now the Octagon. It was this space was formerly Heroic Inc. And it is now vacant. The space, the building is actually older than the Octagon. When the Octagon building was built originally as the Masonic Temple, the facade on the subject building was amended. And the applicant is proposing to make a number of changes to the building, only some of which are eligible for the grant, including replacing the sash windows on the second story, adding an awning, replacing the kick plate below the plate glass windows, and replacing the windows themselves, and then also replacing some plywood next to the doors. We're replacing that fill with glass. The applicant is requesting the maximum of $15,000 with $1,000 in design fees for a total of $16,000. And I can take any questions if you have them.
Any questions for Benjamin? Hearing none, I'd entertain a motion.
Move alternative 1.
Second.
All right, any discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Doug? Aye. Corriere?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Judy Hansen?
Aye.
Betcher?
Aye.
Garten?
Aye.
Thank you, Benjamin. All right, moving on to item 31, special request for urban revitalization tax abatement 2021, 311 Ash Avenue, farmhouse fraternity. Any questions for Kelly on this particular item, or Kelly, anything you want to highlight?
We're just going to remind you that if you agree to the special request, what happens is they will formally apply in January along with everyone else for approval. They are applying late, so they do lose a couple years of eligibility. Grant them to the permission to apply.
Okay.
Do we know how much the city will lose in taxes?
I did calculate that, and for the total exemption, so losing the first 3 years, you'd have 7 years of eligibility. That would make a total of 85,487 that the applicant would receive. Of that 85,000, 27,552 would go to the city.
Okay.
Approximately.
Open public input. Is anyone that wants to address council on this item tonight?
Mayor, I see a hand raised from Eugene Rodberg.
Okay.
He's a representative of the applicant.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Hala. Eugene Rodberg, 1715 Northwest Drive in Des Moines, Iowa. Our application, yes, is late. The reason it's late is we were not aware of the urban revitalization through the building process. It was not brought up with our group. And so when I found out about it, immediately put in the application. So thank you, council, for considering this move to be a little bit late on it. And again, look forward to hearing any discussion.
Thank you, Eugene. Okay. Any other questions? Otherwise, entertain a motion.
Move alternative 1.
And just for, sorry, that Gloria? Is that right? And who was second? I'm sorry.
Amber.
Amber, all right. Gloria, I don't know if Eugene has his alternative 1 in front of him, but you might just summarize. You don't have to read it, but just it's proving there.
That would approve the request from the farmhouse fraternity to be allowed to apply for a tax exemption for the remainder of the eligibility.
Very good, thank you. Those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Any opposed or abstaining? Motion carried. Very good, thank you. Item 32, staff report regarding outreach related to small lots and increasing housing type diversity. Kelly?
Hi, good evening. So what this report is a report back to council from June when staff went through a staff report describing different abilities that we had to modify zoning standards to further city council's goal of increasing housing diversity in the city. The motion asked us to look at 3 different options that we described in June. One was to adjust the base zoning and just lower the lot size requirement from 6,000 square feet to 5,000 square feet. A second option was to allow for some percentage of lots within a defined subdivision to vary. I think we had proposed that maybe 20% of the lots could have variations in lot size to address different variety of housing types. And then the third option was to create the tool called a planned unit development, or a PUD. And this is a lot like how a planned residence district works, except for it's, instead of thinking about it as a conservation tool, it's really about facilitating housing and a variety of housing types. So we advertised to our normal developer list, and then also to some civil engineering firms that work in central Iowa to see if they'd be willing to participate in a workshop to describe around these options. We had 5 people participate, and we had a pretty good conversation that really kind of discussed a lot of different elements of development. And in general, the group was definitely in favor of moving ahead with some option that gave more flexibility to do these smaller houses. And we had some examples locally. We had the smart home project out west that was approved just over a year ago as one version of that. We also recently had the Damani project in South Ames approved as a PRD, and it has not started construction yet, but it was also an example that we talked about for different range of choices here. So what council's asked for tonight is to decide what to do next. Do you want to move ahead with a zoning text amendment? And we've outlined a couple of different options for you there. One other thing that you could do is host a council workshop and invite people to come discuss concepts with you. I think staff's opinion after both our staff report from last June and then the conversation we had with the developers' interests in October, we think probably the best option is to move forward with the PUD. It seems like it's the one tool that can address everybody's little interests, and it's a pretty common way to do things. It's not uncommon in other cities for a developer to pursue this option if they want to do something that's not standard zoning. We could do it in combination with other things, but it appears that most of the developers want more flexibility than maybe what staff would say is appropriate on a by right basis, where you would want a higher degree of review to look at details and some of the relationships that happen on smaller lots with public streets and parking and driveways and design. And that's what the PUD would allow you. So if you have more questions about the workshop, that's what we're here to discuss, or any of the options that we've discussed before.
Thank you, Kelly. Questions for Kelly?
I have two questions. The first is simply meeting with 5 people doesn't sound like a lot, but I don't know the community that well. Do you have confidence that that you have the feedback from the developer community that you feel is appropriate?
I think I would agree 5 is not a lot. We don't have a large number of developers in the city to start with, and it is very, very unlikely that regional developers are going to take time to pay attention to an issue in Ames where they don't have projects that are pending. So that's one reason why we wanted to have civil engineers involved too that work in other communities. So I think, because of the positive input that they want to pursue something, I think it is reflective of the general attitude that you would get from a development community.
Thank you. And second, I think the report remarked that this tool is not really intended to address the issue of infill projects. Can you just sort of affirm that, and then I guess reassure us that moving forward with the PUD would not, somehow like tie our hands about options that you'll bring to us later for infill?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the tool itself we'll have to make sure as we write it that council describes how they think it's going to be used, and basically the lot size is probably the one that drives whether it would be an infill tool or not. And the other important thing is it's not meant to change densities that are already established. It's not a way to kind of circumvent the zoning process and all of a sudden be able to build multifamily housing where only single family was allowed before. That's one of those differences with the PRD, where the PRD really set a whole new zoning district, and a PUD would not do that. My thought is that it's important right now to get this on the books to allow for some of these greenfield sites to pursue this housing option that's apparently marketable and readily available and of interest to people. And then we can circle back to how it may work or doesn't work for infill options. I just think there's a lot more outreach necessary and a lot more specific conditions that have to be addressed if you think of it as infill rather than as the general growth of housing in the city.
Other questions for Kelly? All right, open up public input. Brian, anybody wants to address council on this item?
Mayor, I don't see any hands raised.
Okay, we'll close public input. Council, further discussion or entertain a motion?
I would move to pursue the PUD option.
Option 1, is that correct?
Second.
Moved by Martin and second by Bisher. Is that option 1, David?
Yes.
Okay. Discussion. Those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstaining? Motion carried. Okay. Let's take a 5-minute break. We'll reconvene at 8:08. Moving on to item 33, staff report regarding cameras in Campus Town. Brian?
Well, we're coming to you tonight asking for some direction regarding this topic of cameras in Campus Town. This has been a project that has been intermittently worked on and brought to the council a number of times over the last 8 or 9 years. And the situation most recently was that the camera system, the recordings were planned to be stored on campus through an arrangement with ISU. And in investigating the costs to install that system, we've learned that we would be charged some ongoing fees to do that. So in consulting with the contractors, we believe that we could store the recordings at a lower cost for this project. And the question is really whether the council is comfortable with the philosophy of storing the recordings. That was a major issue in the previous times that this topic was discussed. Acting Chief Huff has reached out to ISU student government and to the Campus Town Action Association here in the last couple of weeks to gather their perspective about the idea of the recordings being stored here rather than on campus. And both of those organizations' representatives were still supportive of pursuing the camera project. Jeff, do you have anything to add?
No, I think the thing that changed in the project was the Welch Avenue reconstruction happened, which allowed us to lay fiber, which is what really allows us to even take this opportunity. Prior to this, we wouldn't have had really the infrastructure to put these cameras in. We just didn't have the bandwidth. So that project allowed us to put the fiber there, which would allow us then to put these cameras on our own system. So that's the major change that happened. Both the Campus Town Action Association and the student government were supportive of the program in the past. And then when we explained the change to that, they were both still supportive of it.
Any other comments, Brian, before we open up to council? Questions for Brian and or Chief Huff?
I had a question for Jeff, which may or may not be germane to this discussion. I mean, it is because it's about the policy that was included in the council packet. But Jeff, I know that in the past, some of the concern about these cameras has been the aspect of surveillance, and that the police are always watching. And we know that's not true, that if these were installed, it would be video that was accessed when it was needed, not somebody watching it 24/7. But the policy that we have here, policy 336, is called Public Safety Video Surveillance System, which makes it sound like you might be watching all the time. And I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity with that policy to change that title so that if we do support this, we aren't giving the impression that this is a 24/7 surveillance, but that it is security cameras like we have in our action form. And I don't know if that semantic change is something that's possible or not, but it just seems that people coming across this in a policy manual might misinterpret it simply by the title.
I agree. That's easily changed. And I agree with what you said. This would probably be better titled Public Safety Security Camera System. We actually intend for these cameras to be very overt. We want signage to draw people's attention to the fact that there are cameras monitoring a certain area. We would hope that that may cut down on some criminal activity and other activity we don't want to see in the first place. So I would agree with you, and that's an easy change to make.
Nicole, I'd love to hear, I think the council would love to hear your thoughts on this, and being ex officio and part of the student body. I know Rachel might have some comments to offer also.
Yeah, I think just these cameras create a really great opportunity for more students to just feel safe when they're out and about in that area, because there's a lot of bars in that area. A lot of people are out late at night. And I think, I know especially me, like if I'm walking alone late at night, some of those parts of Campus Town aren't very well lit. So maybe the cameras for me would make me feel a little safer. And just knowing that like they could be used if something were to go wrong, that the recordings would be there to be accessed, but not that they're like, people aren't watching everybody all the time.
And has this been, Nicole, has this been a topic of discussion at student government? I know Commander Chief Huff said that, he checked with student government, but I think just to give people assurance that student government is aware of this and, again, fully supportive of this.
We haven't really discussed it a whole lot, but we haven't met for a couple weeks because of finals and everything and break. So I'm sure it will be brought up this next semester when we start meeting again.
Sure. Rachel, thoughts?
Yeah, I think originally when the conversation with student government and the Campus Town Action Association happened, it was a couple years back. So if we do move forward with these cameras, I think it's important to just remind students about the conversation that was had and what our steps are going forward, so people are aware of those cameras and kind of the specifics of the privacy issues that are concerned with it.
Other comments or questions?
Our chief goal, one of our chief goals as city council is to protect our citizens, and the students have their cameras all over campus, and yet if they cross Lincoln Way in Campus Town, there aren't nearly the cameras available, and so I think this is part of our duty to protect. The cameras don't reduce crime, but they help with law enforcement, and so I'm fully supportive of this. I think this is a great opportunity.
Anyone else? David?
Yeah, I have some concerns about the timing here. I understand this project has been under discussion for a very long time. I'm approaching the end of my third year on council, and we haven't discussed it yet since I've been on council. And I just found out about this change a few days ago. I guess the others were talking about it earlier. So I'm concerned about the shift in focus that seemed kind of rapid to me from one in which ISU housing the recordings provides some amount of separation that's thought to be healthy. Going from that model to a model where the Ames Police Department is doing it all, I can see how that might seem abrupt to people who have been following this for a long time. When I think about it, I think it's probably a better model because it allows us to sort of more thoroughly state and agree to what the policy should be, since we're controlling all the aspects of it. But this is a topic that a lot of cities have invested significant resources in community involvement to make sure that people agree that having the state manage this level of activity is something that everyone is really behind. And I think we can get there. I think it's probably the right thing to do ultimately, but I think we should slow it down a little bit. So I don't know if you'll be taking public input, but at some point I'm going to suggest that that we take a little pause here, maybe 2 to 4 weeks, to allow us to send specific policy questions and to get a sense so that council can get our questions answered, so that we feel like we've done our due diligence on behalf of the community, so we can really get support for this.
Any other comments? Tim?
We have cameras around City Hall, for example, and have had for some time. I just think it's, in 2020, there's an expectation that when you're out in a public space that there might be a camera somewhere, whether it's a private or a public camera. And it seems like a different analysis. It doesn't feel as Orwellian as it might have 20 years ago. I just think people's expectations are different. So I don't feel that same sense of need for additional public input given the number of cameras. I mean, you're always on camera when you're getting gas or anything you do in public anymore.
All right, open up public comment. Brian, is anyone that wants to address council on this?
I do not see anyone with their hand raised.
Okay. We'll close public comment on this item. Further discussion, or is there a direction council is ready to give to staff this evening, or per David? I think, David, you just want to comment on, you had a number of questions. And I think maybe just share a little bit with council what your thought was, just so they're all on the same page. It's not trying to throw the brakes on, but it's just trying to be cautious. Would you please?
Yeah, that's correct. It's really about increasing confidence and knowing exactly what we're approving. So, for example, I think council understands that the topic here is campus town cameras, and that they'll be well signed, and that this is something the community has been talking about for a long time. But the policy that is in the packet tonight talks about cameras being placed in strategic locations throughout the city. Now, we may understand that we're really only authorizing campus town now, but I'm not sure everyone in the community would understand that the police would not put them somewhere else without coming back to council, even though the policy allows them to. So that's one thing that maybe could be clarified in language of the policy, or maybe we should have a separate council policy stating something like this. And so, like, I have a lot of highlighting in here, and so one of my concerns is I don't want to take everyone's time tonight going through and satisfying myself that this is a policy that I've investigated, that I can defend to the community. So that's why I'm proposing that we give this 2 to 4 week break, and then after we've had a chance to have our questions addressed and any community questions to come to us through council members, then we can just vote on it at that point without having to go through all the questions.
Where a council member has significant questions about like this, I would normally want to take a posture of deference to the council member. Is there any issue from a timing perspective where it's imperative that we move forward tonight? Would there be any problem with allowing a 4-week delay for additional study?
Yeah, Chief, you want to comment on that, please?
Just a contractor with the weather, changing the weather. This is something they were going to try and get done before the weather really turned. A delay is just going to delay the project a little bit more into the spring, but not a huge problem. It's just probably a few month delay.
What I would hope if we do delay this, that everybody on the council can submit their suggestions for changes or concerns or clarifications to me, and then I'll work with Jeff on that, and we'll come back and see if we can help clarify things, or maybe we'll disagree with you, or we'll be able to revise the policy. So I'm sure that after you read it more, than David might have some suggestions or questions why we're doing it that way. So we can come back and respond to those specific needs rather than taking the time to go through everyone's suggestions right now. So if you can get to us quickly, maybe we can get back by the next meeting. If not, we'll go into January. And then we can finalize it, and then the public will know what policy, perhaps at the next council meeting, you'll know what policy we're bringing forward.
Nicole, I'll put you on the spot here tonight. Speaking on behalf of the students, I think that one thing that I think Councilmember Martin has some good questions, and I think that those could probably be answered and addressed, within a 2-week period of time. The question is, do you believe that students would have objections to moving forward during break with the perception that was done in their absence, or do you think that this is something they would welcome and it's really not going to be an issue that's going to really have any negative feedback? As you said, they're almost used to that. But I don't just trying to get the pulse for the council, to get a pulse, from the students' perspective.
I mean, in my opinion, I would honestly wait until student government has their first meeting, so we can at least maybe tell students about the cameras in our own language, or just kind of get them to know about it, because a lot of students, aren't going to check their emails, or not going to watch student government meetings over break. And if they come back from break and just think all of a sudden, oh my God, there's cameras like all over campus town, I don't think that's really going to be a great image. But yeah, I would wait probably until students come back, in my opinion, just so they don't feel like it was done on purpose when they weren't there.
When would that first meet? Would that be the first Wednesday of the week that classes resume?
Yeah, I believe so. So I think on the 27th of January, I want to say.
And it is possible, Chief, if the weather, I mean, we have had mild winters. I mean, it's possible that they could still work outside. I mean, but the point being is, just so council's aware that it could be delayed also if it gets snow and icy conditions, that would instead of being done the start of spring semester, it would be potentially a little later in the spring then.
Yep. I think you just guaranteed us the mild winter, right?
Yeah, I had, Chief and I had a conversation. We get past a resolution that in February and March we'll have 70-degree weather, and they'll take care of it. So
we appreciate that.
Yeah, I think a lot of you would appreciate that. Yeah. All right. Let's get a motion on the table.
I think you want to table it now.
Well, the motion could be to table it and to give direction for council to give
any concerns, questions, needs for clarification, the policies you see, we like to know those now. Give it to us. We'll try to address it in the next staff report back to you. If we can do it quickly, we can get it back by the next council meeting. Or not, it might be in January. Then we'll look to, after we finalize it with you, we'll wait and be able to send it out and publicize it, what's being considered for maybe the first meeting in February, and have you vote on it. By then, hopefully, we've revised it to everyone's satisfaction.
And also then delivered to student government for them to be aware of what's pending and give any input if necessary.
Yeah, we'll try to deliver it to them in January, but we won't have you vote on it until February. This sounds great to me. I really give us all your info, all your concerns, questions, suggestions up front now. So I'm really grateful for this flexibility also from the police department. I know you had an opportunity here in order to move forward and get this project finally done. So I'm grateful for you being willing to wait in order to, there is a change in the project and to get us to a place where I'm confident that I know what we have approved on behalf of the community, I think is really helpful. So I would move to not take action on this tonight and instead have staff bring it back to us after we've had a chance to submit our questions to staff.
Second.
Moved by Martin, second by Junk. Any further discussion? Those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstaining? Thank you. Thank you, Jeff, for the flexibility, and I think we're good way to move forward. Okay, moving on to item 34, hearing on amendment to an annexation moratorium agreement with the city of Nevada. Is there any questions for staff on this particular item? Hearing none, I'll declare the public hearing on an amendment to the annexation moratorium agreement with the city of Nevada to be open. Brian, is there anyone who would like to address council around this topic?
Yes, Mayor Kelly Sandall.
Okay.
Oh, can you hear me? Sorry, this is John Hall. I can't change my title when I log in with the Zoom account. We've got only a couple here at the ABC office.
Your voice is very deep. You sound like a.
So I apologize for that. I don't know how to change it from here. Anyway,
there you go.
John Hall, Ames Economic Development Commission, 304 Main Street, and also representing Nevada Economic Development Council. I just wanted to let you all know that I'm on this evening in the event that you have questions. We also have Nevada City Administrator Jordan Cook, who I believe is on the Zoom as well, just in the event that there were any questions by any members of the council this evening. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, John. Appreciate it. Any questions for John or Jordan Cook, the city administrator for Nevada? I don't think so. Anyone else, Brian, that wants to address council?
Mayor, I don't see any other hands raised.
Okay, we'll close public hearing. Entertain a motion on resolution approving amendment of 28E agreement regarding establishment of a division line between corporate boundaries.
So moved.
Corey,
Second.
Betcher, roll call.
Corey.
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Edie Hansen.
Aye.
Betcher.
Aye.
Garten.
Nay.
Funk.
Aye.
Very good, thank you. Moving item 35, revisions to short-term rentals necessitated by new state law. Any questions for staff on this item? Hearing none, we'll open public hearing on the amendment to chapter 29. Ryan, is anybody who wants to address council on this particular item?
Mayor, I don't see any hands raised.
Okay, we will close public hearing, entertain motion on first passage of ordinance amending chapter 29.
So moved.
Martin?
Second.
Garten, seconded, thank you. Roll call?
Martin.
Aye.
Edie Hansen.
Aye.
Betcher.
Aye.
Garten.
Aye.
Funk.
Aye.
Corey.
Thank you. Entertain motion on first actually, I'm gonna do this. Item 35B is amending chapter 13 rental ordinance. I'll open up public input on this item. Brian, is there anybody who wants to address council on this item?
I don't see anyone with their hand raised.
Okay, we'll close public input, entertain a motion on first passage of ordinance amending chapter 13 rental ordinance.
So moved.
Brown,
Second.
Garten, roll call.
Edie Hansen.
Aye.
Betcher.
Aye.
Garten.
Aye.
Funk.
Aye.
Corey.
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to entertain or open public comment on the amending the chapter 35 guest lodging ordinance as included in the council materials. Brian, is there anybody that wants to address council on this item?
I do not see anyone with their hand raised.
All right, we'll close public input, entertain motion on first passage of ordinance amending chapter 35 guest lodging.
So moved.
Martin,
Second.
Brown, thank you. Roll call.
Betcher.
Aye.
Garten.
Aye.
Funk.
Aye.
Corey.
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Edie Hansen.
Aye.
Very good. And Brian, we're going to open up public input on repealing the fee for guest lodging licensure. So anyone that wants to address council on this item?
I do not see anyone with their hand raised.
Okay, we'll close public input, entertain motion on resolution repealing fee for guest lodging licensure.
So moved.
Martin,
Second.
Brown. Roll call.
Garten.
Aye.
Funk.
Aye.
Corey.
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Edie Hansen.
Aye.
Betcher.
Aye.
Very good, thank you. Moving on to item 36, hearing on the 2019-2020 traffic signal program, Lincoln Way and Beach Avenue. And councils have brought to my attention that under 36A, where it says resolution approving the reallocation of 20,000, that should actually read 19,000, not 20,000. Any questions for staff on this particular item? Seeing none, I declare the public hearing on the 2019-2020 traffic signal program located at Lincoln Way and Beach Avenue intersection to be open. Brian, is there anybody who wants to address council under this particular item?
I do not see anyone with their hand raised.
We'll declare the public hearing to be closed. Entertain a motion on resolution approving the reallocation of $19,000 from the savings in the 2018-19 signal program to the 2019-2020 traffic signal program, Lincoln Way, Beach Avenue.
So moved.
Rowan?
Second.
Rachel, thank you. Roll call.
Junk,
Aye.
Moriarty,
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Reedy Hanson,
Aye.
Fletcher,
Aye.
Garten.
Aye.
Thank you. And entertain a motion on resolution approving final plans, specifications, and awarding the contract to Von Mannen Electric Incorporated of Newton, Iowa in the amount of $274,254.18.
So moved.
Betcher,
Second.
Martin, thank you.
Getting a little slow on this tonight, Mayor.
Come on. Roll call, please.
Moriarty,
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Reedy Hanson,
Aye.
Fletcher,
Aye.
Garten,
Aye.
Junk.
Aye.
Okay, item 37. Any questions for staff on the Inez Grove sidewalk project? All right, I declare the public hearing on the Inez Grove sidewalk project to be open. Brian, is there anyone that wants to address council on this item?
Mayor, I do not see anyone with their hand raised.
Okay, we'll close public hearing. Entertain motion on resolution approving final plans, specifications, and awarding the contract to Pillar Inc. of Huxley, Iowa in the amount of $157,199.11.
So moved.
Second.
Rachel and Gloria, thank you. Roll call.
Martin.
Aye.
Reedy Hanson,
Aye.
Fletcher,
Aye.
Garten,
Aye.
Junk,
Aye.
Moriarty.
Aye.
Okay, moving on to item 38, entertain motion on second passage of ordinance amending the East University impacted urban revitalization area boundary by adding 313 Lynn Avenue and adding an expiration date of April 1st, 2024.
Move on second.
Betcher,
Second.
Junk, seconded. Roll call.
Reedy Hanson,
Aye.
Fletcher,
Aye.
Garten,
Aye.
Junk,
Aye.
Moriarty,
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Thank you. Entertain a motion on second passage of zoning text amendments regarding the extension of building features into required setbacks.
Move on second.
Second.
Rachel and Brian, thank you. Roll call.
Fletcher,
Aye.
Garten,
Aye.
Junk,
Aye.
Moriarty,
Aye.
Martin,
Aye.
Reedy Hanson.
Aye.
Thank you. And item 40, entertain a motion on second passage of face covering ordinance extending sunset clause to June 30th, 2021.
Move on second.
Rachel,
Second.
Gloria, roll call.
Garten,
Aye.
Junk,
Aye.
Moriarty,
Aye.
Martin,
Aye.
Reedy Hanson,
Aye.
Fletcher.
Aye.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 41. Budget issues guidelines, Dwayne and Nancy and Steve and others.
Dwayne and Nancy will start off.
Yeah, we'll kick it off. You have the budget issues in front of you. Can everybody hear all right?
Yes.
A little bit different, obviously, this year with the things going on with COVID. Our ability to make predictions on the budget is not quite as strong as it's been in the past. We do know that we've had an impact this year, and we've reflected that in the budget. And we came to you last year when we made the final amendments to the year that ended June 30th. What we have in the information that we've laid out for next year is that more or less a plan that will generally return to normal. And that seems to fit in with the schedule that's going out right now for the vaccination. So that's what we see laid out in the documents. In some of the good news areas, local option sales tax has actually done pretty well. Part of that we think is the retail sales that goes through online. That was fairly new. We've got some more months of experience in that, and we're actually looking at ending this year above budget. And then we've got some growth projected in there for next year. We don't yet have information on valuation. We do know that rollback's going to go up a little bit for next year. We'll know more on value by the end of this month, hopefully. General fund, again, has some balance that we can look at for options for one-time expenditures, but we may want to hold on to some balances going into next year with some unknowns, but that's laid out in the document also. I think the areas, most of this is just for information and direction, but the areas where we'll need decisions tonight will be on asset and CODA, and also for the outside funding requests. And those are laid out in pretty good detail by the staff members that work on that. Is there any questions on the basics in the first part of the document?
Any questions for Dwayne or Nancy?
So Dwayne, there's so many unknowns here. We're presuming a lot of things remaining constant in federal funding. I mean, we're looking at one part of the revenues. I still remain a bit nervous about what the federal government might do. But let me ask you, because of your role in this, are there any variables in our budgeting process that you are nervous about, or are you feeling pretty confident in the points that you're relying on?
Well, I'm a lot more confident than we were last spring when we came to you with final amendments, and we didn't have any experience in what the impact might be on COVID, and obviously it could go on a lot longer, and we could get some additional impact. Some of the big areas that were hit, and we'll talk about that, are parking and hotel motel. Those were as bad as we thought they might be, I would say. Retail sales came in a little bit better. We ended up with that CARES Act funding that came through and helped the general fund a little bit, and that helped some of the areas that were cut back in general funds, such as parks and recreation. But the impact on our utilities was initially a pretty big hit, and they kind of bounced back. Road use tax took a hit, and it has bounced back. That's been somewhat dependent on a lower price of fuel. That's something that drives that. But otherwise, I think because we had reserves and we reacted pretty quickly, we're in the position where we're in decent shape, and we can get through this year with some of the changes we can make. The big issues next year, we're predicting things more or less return back to normal.
Other questions for Dwayne or Nancy? Okay, let's move on to asset.
Yep.
hello again. I do want to point out I have 3 asset volunteers who are joining us tonight, as well as Barb Neal from SciRide, as we have some things to discuss regarding HERDA and their request to the city for fiscal year 22. But I'll just kick it off quickly by pointing out some of the things that we look at as we determine the allocation for next fiscal year. Within the report, there's a reminder of what the priorities are for City Council. These were priorities that you approved in August, and they are in priority order. We also take a look at what the funding has been across all the funders for the past 5 to 6 years. And I do want to point out that Central Iowa Community Services, which is our mental health region, did withdraw as a funder as of last July 1st. So they're no longer part of the funding process with Asset, but they do continue to fund mental health services through their contracts. So they're still providing dollars to many of our organizations for mental health services, but they're just not doing it through the Asset process. We also take a look then at what agencies have requested for fiscal year 22. The request is up about 14.12%, and that calculates into a dollar amount of $1,740,209. Our contracted amount for the current fiscal year is $1,524,850. And I do want to point out in our contracted amount that does include the $95,000 that had originally been allocated to MICA for dental clinic services. And when those services were no longer going to be provided, just a few weeks ago, you approved Primary Healthcare's request to use those dollars to help equip 6 operatories at their facility here in Ames so they can begin providing dental clinic services, I believe the end of January, beginning of February. But that $95,000 is included. And they are an asset agency for fiscal year 22, so they have put a request in for funding for dental services. The other new agency that we had applied to be an asset agency is Wings of Refuge. They provide housing services as well as employment services for survivors of sex trafficking. And although they're approved to be an asset agency, they did not submit a request for funding for fiscal year 22. Some of the highlights of the requests made to the city, Ames Community Preschool Center requested about 17% more in additional funding. This again helps their provide tuition assistance to the families that most need that and fall within their sliding fee scale. And they're anticipating that there will be an increase in families needing to access the sliding fee scale as they bring children back to the daycare services. And so they are kind of bracing for that change. They have seen a fluctuation in numbers since the springtime when the pandemic hit, but they're slowly bringing people back in and serving new families as well. Emergency Residence Project has changed their name to Bridge Home, and they are requesting a substantial increase for emergency shelter and service coordination. Since this has been written, we've been notified that Bridge Home has been approved for $200,000 in COVID funding through the state. And so they will be receiving those dollars this current fiscal year, which will help address their need for sheltering. They're still sheltering most people in hotels, which does result in a higher cost to provide the service. And that's one of the reasons why they've asked for more money from the city for sheltering, is they anticipate continuing to have to shelter people going into the beginning of next fiscal year. Good Neighbor, emergency assistance for basic material needs. They are requesting a significant amount, again, from the city to help individuals with rent and utilities. So I think that's a little bit of a theme that we're seeing this year going into next year. I do want to point out that United Way, early on in the pandemic, started a fund, a COVID relief fund, and they were making dollars available to nonprofit organizations for childcare, rent and utility assistance, and PPE. And so we've had several of the agencies that have applied for those funds through United Way this fiscal year to help bridge the gap on those dollars. I'm going to skip HRDA for just a second and jump to page 10 and just talk a little bit about primary health care. Again, they're in the asset process for fiscal year 22, and they are requesting $95,000. So that would be a level request with what Micah had received. So no increase there. Talked about Wings of Refuge. And then the YWCA, they're requesting funding from the city for the first time that I've been involved with asset. And they're making a first time request to the county as well. And this was in response to information that they'd received from Iowa State student government that they were no longer going to be considered a student organization on campus, and that their funding would need to go through the asset process. And so I think they're looking at probably getting a reduction from Iowa State student government. And so they're requesting $15,000 from the city, which would be about $5,000 for each of their services. So we'll need to work with the volunteers to determine where those services fall within the city council's priorities. Are there any questions about any of these organizations so far or their requests? Okay. Okay. HRDA. So HRDA provides transportation here in the city to residents. They'll do a lot of in-town trips, but then they'll also transport residents to outside of Ames if they need to go to Des Moines for medical appointments, or Boone, Story City, Nevada. Those seem to kind of be the common communities within the area that I see HRDA providing rides to for city residents. And historically, the allocation from the city has been between $38,000 to $40,000 annually, and then they've drawn that down a 12th throughout the year. And this year they notified us, and I believe I'd shared this with council through manager's alert, that the dollars that HRDA had been using through the federal government to help subsidize the in-town rides could no longer be used in that manner. And so their increase to the city was going to, or their request to the city was going to increase. And when we got the budgets in September, the increase was $130,000 from their current year allocation of about $41,000. So 225% increase. And that is to make up for the loss of being able to use these federal dollars to subsidize in-town rides. And I was concerned about that increase, and reached out to Barb and talked with her about the dial-a-ride service, because HRDA has that contract. And many of the individuals using HRDA through our asset contract are individuals who could qualify for dial-a-ride. And so we just kind of talked about what that would look like and how that might work. And I know over the last 3 to 4 years, HRDA has lost a significant amount of Medicaid funding because of changes in Medicaid. And so I think they've been just trying to look for ways to make up for those revenue shortfalls and try to plan ahead. But Barb is here to talk a little bit about dial-a-ride. The information here in the report just gives some comparisons between the asset contract and the dial-a-ride contract. My concern is with the HRDA increase to $130,000, that's quickly approaching the amount that the dial-a-ride contract is, which is budgeted to be $175,000 in fiscal year 22. And HRDA's charges per ride are pretty similar, but with the dial-a-ride contract, dial-a-ride they're able to draw down some federal dollars to pay for about 80% of the ride. And so it makes the ride less expensive on the city side because we can use those federal dollars and stretch those dollars a little bit further. It's also cheaper for the rider to ride dial-a-ride. Dial-a-ride charges $2 per ride, and HRDA is at $250 per ride. So we would like to have that conversation with council, see what your thoughts are. We really think it's important to be able to match a rider to the most appropriate ride. And that's something that the mobility coordinator through HRDA is supposed to be working on, though we're not really seeing a lot of movement recently with that happening. So at this point, I'll stop talking, and if Barb wants to chime in on any of this regarding dial-a-ride that could be helpful, I'll turn it over to her.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else I can add other than it's two separate things. So dial-a-ride is complimentary paratransit service. So it has to complement our fixed route service. We're required by law to carry that. The cost to operate dial-a-ride is high compared to fixed route. So that's why we originally went out to HRDA, actually Heartland Senior Services, to contract it out. I think the conversations Deb and I have had, I think it's really important that we avoid duplication of services, and we're making sure that our investment in transportation is really being maximized. So I can answer any questions people have, but I'll just leave it at that, and you guys can ask us questions.
So is the staff making a recommendation with respect to how we respond to this request?
I think we want a specific recommendation. No, providing information that could be helpful to guide the volunteers when they meet for the allocation process in January would be helpful. I've already alerted the city volunteers to this, and you know, do we want to continue down a road of potentially competing against ourselves with transportation? It's definitely an option for individuals to take HRDA, especially for those out of town rides, because there isn't much else out there for people to utilize, and SkyRide doesn't provide that level of service. But you know, given the duplication and the rising costs, I think we need to approach this pretty carefully, so that we're, again, trying to match the rider with the best ride that will best meet their needs.
What are the ramifications for HRDA and our residents if council doesn't make up that difference?
So what's happening this year is, so HRDA drew down their entire allocation from the city as of the end of October. So historically, they had been drawing down a 12th a month, and they decided with their contract beginning last July that they were going to bill the city for all the rides they provide in a given month to Ames residents. And so they exhausted that allocation the end of October. They went to the Board of Supervisors and asked to use funds that the county had to continue providing rides to Ames residents. And they haven't went through that entire allocation. I think they've made an extension to the contract. So that's what's covering, those funds are what's covering the rides right now. But I see the invoices, Mayor, when they come through, and I recognize names on the invoices that they're individuals that could be on dial-a-ride. And so I think what we could possibly do between now and the allocation process in January is talk to HERDA about why they're not moving people over to Dial-A-Ride when people do qualify. And it's a matter of filling out a relatively simple application. And then once folks are on Dial-A-Ride, then there's a set of outcomes or performance measures that HERDA has to meet in order to provide that ride to the individual. And those performance measures could be a little bit different than expectations that HERDA has when they're providing a non-Dial-A-Ride ride. But clients don't see the difference. I mean, a HERDA bus is going to pull up and pick them up, whether it's a Dial-A-Ride ride or a regular HERDA ride. So there would be no difference on the client's end. But we could dive into this a little bit further with HERDA prior to going into the allocation process, so we have further information. But the elderly and disabled are the two population groups that HERDA provides most of the rides to, and those are population groups that Dial-A-Ride also serves.
So the increased application requests were almost lower $215,000. Does that includes HERTA's request, which is like $90-some thousand? Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes.
So that's eating up almost half of the requested amounts.
Correct.
And is there any way for council or for you to gauge if instead of $90,000, if there was an additional 20 or 25, could rest of the people be picked up by Dial-A-Ride? We certainly don't want to see people who need that service not being able to get the service. But I mean, there's a lot of needs in our community, and certainly transportation is one of them, but there's also other ones that have only been exacerbated because of COVID-19. And we're all aware of that. I mean, this doesn't tell anybody something they don't know. It's just, I just think that's one point. And then the other thing is, I think that's been a topic of discussion every year, is as we continue to see, the amount that the city contributes to asset keep on going up, are we building a house of cards that one day all of a sudden we don't, like, United Way, they had a cap there, the amount that they could commit to asset. They felt like they hit the ceiling, and the point is that we've been very fortunate that we have, the local option sales tax helps fund this, and but that also requires that spending keeps on continuing to go up to provide that revenue. So can you just comment, on that a little bit, or?
Yeah, and Barb can talk to the question about taking more people onto Dial-A-Ride. There's room there to do that this current fiscal year. How many individuals, I'm not sure, but several of them are regular riders, and so they're not just one-off kinds of trips. They're regular kinds of trips, and whether it's for the grocery store, banking, medical appointments, those kinds of things, either service would be able to meet that need. So if we were to give them an additional $20,000, I mean, what they would probably say, I'm gonna check here real quick. They were drawing down almost $10,000 a month from July to October for the total number of rides that they were providing this fiscal year. So that would buy them, half the year essentially.
So is it accurate to take the $95,000 of additional requested money and divide it by $17.46 per ride, which is shown on page 9, to arrive at the number of estimated rides that are being provided
That would be
additional request.
Yeah, that would be an additional 5,440 rides.
Right. So help us think through, or help council think through, could half of those be funded by Dial-A-Ride and not have to be funded by asset?
So I think that a lot of the people that HRDA is carrying, I don't know this, I just intrinsic kind of think that they could move to Dial-A-Ride services. I think the problem is people don't realize they should switch to Dial-A-Ride because it's the same bus. So to them, they don't really understand the difference. I think HRDA should be filling in the gaps for what we can't do. So that would be rides outside of Ames, people who wouldn't qualify for Dial-A-Ride. However, I don't think that's a lot of people who aren't going to qualify for Dial-A-Ride that are choosing to use HRDA. Using a small bus is going to always cost more than using a big bus. So at the end of the day, we have room on Dial-A-Ride. I think the answer would be to try to shift as many people as possible onto Dial-A-Ride and then see what gaps there are. I just don't think there's a real strong interest by HRDA maybe to do that right now. There's no incentive. I've asked them to, but they're not doing it.
So
Yeah.
Go ahead, Amber.
No, I agree with Barb. I don't think it's our job to look for ways to supplement HRDA's income that they're losing, whether it's due to managed care organizations and changes in the Medicaid system or changes in their federal funding. I think as we think about asset duplication of services is incredibly important, especially if we want it to continue to be sustainable as we get new agencies and we're looking at outcomes and trying to determine how best to serve people in need. And I mean, to Barb's point, I think we should be looking at HRDA to fill the gaps and not just duplicating what our own services can already provide. And I think if you, in a lot of cases, are able to work with some of the agencies who are serving these people in other ways, we can get them to move to Dial-A-Ride and not have to rely on HRDA to do that for us.
So the big issue becomes, it sounds like, is HRDA has to understand that we're not going to, that we don't have the financial reserves or the ability to fund something that they could potentially help by moving people to Dial-A-Ride. I think I speak for council. The concern would be if they just start denying people rides, period, to say, well, I'm sorry, we don't have adequate funds, when there actually is funding available, but it's through a different program. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's where the agencies come in to kind of help that along. I also think that some of this will take care of itself. I mean, I guess I'm just guessing here, but I don't think we're going to fully allot the amount of money that's been requested. And so, I mean, my recommendation, if I were making a motion now, would be a 5% increase in asset funding. And, you know, with the volunteers kind of hearing this conversation and with the administrative team's help as they're analyzing this request, I think it's going to sort itself out when we get to that point anyway.
So I want to go ahead. Well, John asked a question a few minutes ago that I want to follow up on because I think it's a good one. That, and Barb, this is for you. It seems like an easy thing to just say, we don't want to duplicate services. We want Dial-A-Ride to carry the weight. But in pulling that funding out of HRDA, does that potentially jeopardize other services that our citizens are relying on? So in essence, we all agree we don't want to duplicate services, but if we're providing, in essence, a subsidy that is really allowing other services to be in place, could you speak to that issue? Because I'm afraid it's not a zero-sum game, that taking money from this pot would influence the ability to provide services in other areas.
So we budget $175,000 a year for Dial-A-Ride services. We don't use that amount of money. We're actually using that. And if we contract these services, then we do get 80% federal dollars for it. So we're not at the cap. I should have looked this up before I came home, sorry, but I think about 4 years ago, we were carrying probably about 14,000 people on our dial-a-ride services through HERDA. And I can double check the number and get it to you guys so you have an accurate number. But right now it's down to about 7,200, something like that. So our dial-a-ride service continually is dropping and going lower and lower. We don't actively go out and solicit people on dial-a-ride because it does cost more than the fixed route service. But we would be willing to partner with HERDA to try to get people on the right service. And I'm not saying that HERDA doesn't deserve some money from Asset. I don't believe that. I just don't know that that large of an increase is going to take away from SciRide's abilities, I guess, at this point. But I get what you're saying, Tim. I do think there's probably a threshold at which it crosses and it's like, okay, we can't afford to do this either. Right now we're paying, Deb, what it's in your report, 16 something per ride for a dial-a-ride. And then they charge us an hourly rate on nights and weekends.
So without getting into the details and also respecting the fact that you guys are, you're the expert in transportation. I think I speak for councils. We just do not want to see those who need this service not be served because of whatever reason, you know, at HERDA or whatever. I mean, but I also don't want to see the situation where all of a sudden they're saying, well, we didn't get enough funding, so we just can't provide the service. Does that make sense? I mean, if there is the alternative, it just seems to me that you got to keep the mission. They need to keep the mission in view, what we're trying to accomplish as well too, and work together to accomplish that objective. So we're not going to solve the problem, you know, tonight, but this kind of goes back, Barb. You know, when I was on transit board for a number of years, you know, we had this conversation, you know, then too about the importance of and making sure that people get the service that they need, and I know you're aware of that. So it's just something that. We all want to work together, but there's only so many dollars to go around.
And I did quickly just pulled it up on my computer. In 2016, we carried just under 12,000 people on dial-a-ride. So, I mean, we have the capacity, or we had the capacity. So just, again, I don't want to leave anybody stranded either. I want her to help fill in the gaps, and I think that's a good solution for what they do. So, I think Amber maybe said it best, you know, maybe it's reaching out to some of these people and educating them about the services and what their options are.
So you said 16,000, or in 2016, how many was it? 12,000?
Just under 12,000. I can pull it back up. Yeah. Sorry, I'm on my laptop, so it's hard to see it all.
And so what's HERDA's total ridership? I'm sorry, I'm getting into the weeds. That's your responsibility.
I'm not sure because they're a regional system, so they serve more than just, you know.
Sorry.
But last year, I think it was in your report, Deb, what they said they carried last year in Ames. They said 2,000 something. I can't remember.
Oh, for fiscal year 20, and this was just through the asset allocation. Fiscal year 20, they provided 2,544 rides, about the same for this year. And then with the increased ask, they would provide 7,460 rides. But and while we're on rides, I think it's important for council to know too that federal funding looks at rides, they look at ridership, and whether HERDA is providing the rides on their regular funding stream or through dial-a-ride, they get to count rides both ways. And so again, I'm not sure where the glitch is with trying to get people on dial-a-ride, because they get to count those rides as well to draw down some federal funds. So we're a little puzzled by this, but we know we need to get it addressed. I appreciate, Amber, your your comment about getting agencies involved to help get people switched to dial-a-ride and focus the HRDA funds on those gaps. I did talk to a few of the agencies that I knew used HRDA for transportation, and a couple of them had said that their clients weren't riding as much because the agency themselves ended up buying a vehicle or a van or some kind of vehicle, and they're doing the transportation themselves.
Yeah, I mean, when the MCOs changed the transportation funding, a lot of us purchased our own vehicles because it just wasn't cost effective anymore to contract that out through somebody else.
Right.
So can I jump in with some comments and questions here? So I'm going to come off as kind of an ogre here because I think that we need to look at like all of the corners of the possibilities, and so it strikes to me to the level I'm understanding this that we're worrying about sustaining HRDA through allowing them to miscategorize the use of their equipment, right? That we're worried about the good stuff that they do, although we don't like the duplication with dial-a-ride, but we're worried if we take away, the cream that sort of replaces dial-a-ride, then it might hurt the stuff that really want them to do. This is too convoluted, and I think this is just a bad approach. I'm sure there are subtleties I don't really understand here, but that observation leads me to this question. How terrible would it be to include as a condition of the asset funding that we will pay for rides that cannot be served by dial-a-ride?
Mm-hmm. So we've had a little bit of a conversation like that, David, in terms of language that we would need to, of course, run it by legal. But could we include some language in our asset contract to that effect? That people need to be screened for dial-a-ride and then provided service through that channel. So we've talked about some of that, and that would probably happen at a contract level.
I mean, that would solve this part of the problem, wouldn't it?
I think it would help. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Well, it sounds to me like you're looking at the spectrum of options, and I just wanted to put a somewhat more extreme one on the table as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else on HRDA before we move on? All right, Barb, thank you. You're welcome to stay on, participate. Where else you got, Deb? Do you want to go with?
Well, there's information about clients being turned away. It's a little challenged this time around because of COVID and services that agencies either stopped or start providing a little bit differently, and people may not have been able to access the service. So those numbers are a little bit challenged. But I'd say that all agencies at this point in time are open and providing services to some degree. It could be done electronically, telephonically, or in smaller groups in order to social distance. Another part of asset is each of the funders also budget for administrative expenses, and so the estimated share for those expenses in fiscal year 22 is $7,100. And then, just lastly, the council authorized a 4% increase in funding last year. And so the table is before you with options to consider for fiscal year 22.
Steve and Dwayne, do you have any comments regarding the funding availability as council considers giving some direction from a guidance for increase?
For asset?
Right.
5% is what we're suggesting.
Pardon me?
5% is what we're suggesting, I believe. As a pot.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right, Dwayne?
Yes, and we can, that we certainly have the numbers for that right now, what we're looking at. We did get a little bit of a bump for this year, so, you know, we can talk about one-time things, but that will come up with CIP and other discussions. But as far as the sustained number, you know, we think 5% is something that you could do and continue going forward, hopefully.
Okay, further questions regarding asset? Otherwise, I entertain a motion on a increase recommendation for asset for next fiscal year.
I move that we increase the allocation by 5%.
Second.
Second.
All right, moved by Corriere, second by Betcher. Thank you. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstaining? Motion carried. Thank you, Barb. Appreciate your time this evening.
So before we shift gears, so we've had a pretty in-depth conversation about HRDA. I don't know that we've reached any kind of conclusion or consensus. Do we leave things in this state, or is there a sense that we need to come back and have further conversations, and in what context would that take place?
Well, actually, one of the things that I was trying to think back, I believe that HRDA is actually managed or overseen by their own board. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah, they're formed under a 28E agreement with 7 counties, and their board are county supervisors from each of the counties in their catchment area.
So under that management, that's really their responsibility. I mean, if we just say we're going to give so much money to them, I mean, I think Amber's point was possibly just it all works out by they get a 5% increase and they have to figure it out, or to David's point that you have a performance basis where you get so many rides. But
no, I agree, John, that providing some fiscal constraints is a factor, but it sounded like there were policy issues. I'm not trying to create work for ourselves, but are there policy issues that need to be addressed? Barb, do you think that there's enough clarity on the policy side?
You mean are you meaning like making sure people are on the correct services? Is that what you're asking specifically?
Yeah, I think that's the nub of it. I mean, and our Ogre council member David Martin hit it right on the head. I think he asked the real salient question, and I just hate to have a conversation like this and not try to find a way to reach some conclusion to it.
well, we have the transit board, you got the HRDA board. I guess the question is, do we set policy, or do we just basically get some direction to saying we'd like transit board to be interacting with HRDA board? I don't know. Bart, walk us through the organizational structure so we don't overstep our bounds.
What I was going to suggest, and what I had suggested to Deb, is that, we could actively try to coordinate with HRDA. I mean, Cyride could. I mean, Deb knows a lot of these agencies. I'm sure Amber knows a lot of these agencies. I think we could go out and educate people about the differences. And, dial-a-ride is cheaper. So if you're paying for it out of your own pocket, it's 50 cents a ride one way cheaper. So it's $1 round trip cheaper. So there's an incentive, I think, to switch to dial-a-ride if you can. So I think if it starts with maybe just trying to work cooperatively with HRDA, and we have Cyride has a good relationship with HRDA. I think we could do that and try to reach out to try to make sure people are on the right services, like David was talking.
So Barb, what I'm going to take away from this is that at this point, there aren't any policy issues for council to weigh in on. Is that a fair conclusion from your statement?
I believe so. Unless I'm missing something, I'm not thinking of any policy that we have that I would need more input on.
Okay. So we can just sit tight, and if something emerges, we just trust that you'll come back and we'll discuss it then.
I mean, yeah, I'll work with Deb, of course, and we'll do our best to try to get people on the right services. And I think it's really going to be what I'll do tomorrow or sometime later this week is reach out to HRDA and kind of talk through how can we move forward so that, you're not going to get your fully funded amount likely. So how can we work together so that people can get the transportation that they really need and get to the places that they really need to go.
Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Do you also float the idea that David brought up with them?
Yeah, I can do that.
I mean, that's kind of our policy decision, right? We're writing the contract, and you know, but that could be a way to, right? I like it, saying, look, you might be constrained here if we're looking at your draw from asset, and we're only going to pay for the things that like make sense. So make sure that they make sense.
Right.
And maybe just having heard this conversation, you know where council's coming from, so you can just let them know that the ogre plus 5 others are lurking behind you to help enforce it.
I see a t-shirt in the works, David.
You may regret saying that someday anyway. All right.
Mayor, did you want any, have any questions or want comments from any of the volunteers that are?
Certainly. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's right. Because we'll be done with the asset. And I also want to thank, we don't do as often enough. Thank, Andrea, Jenny, and Mary Beth for all your efforts. I mean, people don't realize how much time it takes, and you have some very challenging decisions to make. So thank you from on behalf of council and the community for what you do. But do you would welcome any input or comments or thoughts or questions you might have tonight? Andrea.
I do have a question. In looking at the budget requests, which were higher this year than they had been, and it seems that it gets more difficult every year to make these decisions. I just want to know guidance from you guys about when you want us to start. We kind of err towards the side of stability in providing the services that we have provided. And at some point, and I'm not saying I want it, but at some point we might need to start making some difficult decisions about not funding certain things that are lower priority in order to fund higher priority. So I guess my question, and I'm sorry to hit you with this at hour 3 of this meeting, but do we want to do that in a measured approach with warning? Are we getting there in timing? How do you want us to proceed in our budget allocation meetings? Well,
that's a good question. I think it goes back to the conversation we had last year, which was getting that community needs assessment done. Mm-hmm. That would give council direction. And I clearly remember Gene Cressy and I making it pretty clear and representing council and also United Way is that, we've got to look at this, are we meeting the needs of the community and letting all the different agencies know that a restructuring or reallocation process may be coming maybe in the offing in order to make sure we are hitting all those needs. And then COVID-19 hit and it just scuttled everything for a year. So we're kind of like, it's a little frustrating to be just back at square one again. And we're just kind of doing it across the board almost, so to speak, or expecting you to be judge and jury. But what is the rest of the council? What direction do you give? And Amber, go ahead and open it up, please.
No, I mean, I think, as someone who sat on asset before, the asset volunteers should be empowered to make decisions. They're the ones who are seeing the data more closely than we are. They're the ones who are meeting with the individual agencies and looking at, the outcomes that we now are starting to get through Clear Impact. And so I would say, I'm obviously not advocating to just pull people's funding by any means at all. But I mean, if the asset volunteers are in agreement that one particular service is a much higher priority than another, then I think that you need to look at those and again, not pulling away funding necessarily, but looking at whether an increase is warranted based on the outcomes that you're seeing and the needs that we've, prioritized for the community.
I think I would add to that the asset volunteers are the best position to know when something should be said to the agencies about the funding being a little bit short. So I also agree that the volunteers should be empowered to do what's necessary to manage this effectively.
So then the question becomes, let's just say, for sake of discussion, the asset volunteers say, you know, this organization has got a little bit of duplicative services. We're just not getting some of the outcomes. They've been funded at, I'm making these up, $20,000 a year. And we're going to give them zero. We're going to put that to another group that is higher. And I'm going back, it goes back to my questions before about our 3 priorities and all the bullets that have been prioritized that we've gone through. Do you start going at the childcare, daycare, and funding that heavier this year because of COVID-19 and something that's in category 3, last bullet? And then are we going to support them? Because there's probably going to be outcries and lobbying from organizations saying, why are you not supporting us? I mean, council's going to get those comments. And so we have to have their back. And if we say we're going to trust them and their judgments, that's why they're, like you said, Gloria, that's why they're there. They have a good the ability, but it means that we got to stay together and link arms and know there's going to be probably blowback on some of that. Maybe it's not from 20 to 0, maybe it's 20 to 5, but we all know one organization was getting cut back, and you heard from them last year, and they weren't very happy, about it because there was a duplication of services. So, and so it's a. I mean, when we saw some of the things, it was COVID related. It was it was access. It was that there was emergency residents. The bridge home. There's things that have been generated because of COVID-19 where the needs are greater. Do they have permission to go ahead and reallocate that? So it's a hard place to be.
I'll also just throw in, and I think as volunteers, it's important that you look at the totality of an organization's budget, because frankly, if you're an organization that can't keep your lights on, if your asset funding doesn't increase by 3 or 4%, you have a significant problem.
Right.
And so the volunteer should be looking at, what percentage of an organization's total budget is coming from asset, because it's just not responsible, frankly, as a nonprofit organization to be relying on asset for a large portion of your operating budget. That's just not sustainable in the long term.
Did that answer your question, Andrea, or do you have other follow-up questions? We feel for you. It's a difficult situation to be in. You're kind of judge and jury there.
Yeah, and I think that a year ago I was just itching to move on some maybe being the seasoned veteran who said we need to get some in here, but then COVID happened, and I just don't know. Do you give it one more year before you start to think about, because how do we know, this wasn't allocated, how much of it's COVID, how much of it is not COVID, but we say it's COVID because it's a good reason this year. I'm not saying that anybody would do that, but if I were a nonprofit needing this funding, how do you know if it's COVID or not? It might be.
Yeah, I might just add one more thing, and Deb, maybe you can chime in. There was a pretty significant amount of money, and there still is a significant amount of money available to agencies who were impacted by COVID, whether it was through the federal government, through the state government, through United Way locally. I mean, there were ample opportunities for agencies to apply and receive funding, and I know of many in our community who received a good chunk of money to supplement some of the income that they may have lost. And so, I'm not saying that there are agencies who weren't hit with various expenses and things like that at all, because there were, but there was a lot of help available to the nonprofit community. And hopefully that will be reflected in some of the conversations that you guys have over the coming months as you start to make those allocations.
What I was thinking is the units of service that were utilized might take a dip because of, like anybody who's a senior or a vulnerable person probably isn't utilizing as many services as they were a year ago and will be next year, hopefully, when this passes. So it's hard to really think about how you're going to plan for next year or judge on what next year will look like, because hopefully we're going to be back to a closer to normal level of life. At least I'm hoping for that. So anyway.
And I think we've seen a little bit from agencies about how they're adjusting. We've had a couple of requests before council on moving dollars from one service area to another. That was from Raising Readers. And then Boys and Girls Club came forward about being able to draw down units a little bit differently, and we amended their contract. I think we're going to see a few more of those in talking to some of the agencies, so they know that they can come forward and ask for that flexibility. And I think that's very important. I think we could see towards the end of the fiscal year, agencies, if they haven't drawn down all of their funds, maybe we'll have requests again like we did last spring to carry funds over for specific purposes. So I think remaining to be flexible and listen to the agencies and what their needs may be to help them get through this year and going into next year. I think agencies know they can come to council with those kinds of requests, and those requests are coordinated then with City United Way and student government, so that we're trying to approach those requests in a uniform way as much as possible.
Other input for Andrea? Did we help you at all, Andrea, with that? Give you some moral support there, or how about you, Jenny or Mary Beth? What questions, or how can we help support you or give you feedback?
Well, I just want to thank Amber for your insight and for your comments tonight. That helps a lot. So really appreciate that. And I'm going to personally enroll in the David Martin School of Voguerism. I think that's going to help out a lot this year with allocations.
I do trainings, by the way, if anyone wants,
You may have a new side gig there, buddy. How about you, Jenny?
No, I'm good. Thanks for asking that, Andrea.
Do you, we had talked about, Gene and I, about priming the pump and calling the different agencies together to kind of let them know that, fresh winds may be blowing. Would that be helpful to kind of let them know ahead of time from United Way and from the city that, hey, there's only a finite amount of resources, and that it basically kind of pave a little bit of the way? Not saying that everyone's going to get adjusted, but the point is that letting them know ahead of time that we are committed. We're going to invest $1.6 million in needed human services in the community, and we're proud and pleased to do it. But it's got to be in the areas where it's really needed. Mm-hmm. And so we are asking the volunteers, charging the volunteers to really take a hard look at it, and it may look different. And it's nothing, we're not trying to pick winners and losers. It's just how can we best meet the needs of the community? Maybe I could talk to Gene about that. Maybe we could we talk about bringing everyone together. Maybe we do a Zoom call.
Yeah, I think any way that we can carry that message forward would be very helpful. I also think you mentioned the community needs assessment that still is underway, that's still being worked on. Right. And I believe they're hoping to have results available the first part of next year. So we would be next calendar year. So that would be information then that we could use for fiscal year 23.
Well, then maybe you and I and Gene can just connect the next couple of days and talk about, how we can help. Like, I think it's only fair to the volunteers and all the volunteers that are putting in time to have some cover and let them know that they're not just all of a sudden on their own going out there trying to be the David Martin ogre camp or wannabes, whatever. But the point is that they're actually trying to, they're being charged to assess and properly distribute and allocate resources based on priorities and perceived needs. And I think it's a fair way to go. So.
Yeah, and we have several new executive directors for organizations that in the last 3 to 4 years, we've seen that type of leadership turnover. So, hearing this message from other venues or other ways would be helpful.
Okay, we can talk offline on this one then.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Andrea, Jenny, Mary Beth. Appreciate your time. I know you put a lot of time in to get it accomplished.
So before we shift gears, Amber raised a point that's a concern of mine. We've talked about the last several years the importance of at some point having a conversation about the sustainability of the way in which we're funding asset. And I think we have a duty to the agencies and to the community to make sure that our method of funding is sustainable in the long term. How do we do this? How is it time to have a workshop, or how do we address the question of the long-term stability of asset funding?
I think. Oh,
sorry, go. No, I said, I think some of it's going to come out when we get back to our joint funders conversations about the future. I mean, if we're going to talk about, policies that might be put in place where you can't have an organization that gets more than X percentage of their budget from asset or, whatever it is, I think some of those themes were brought up when we had that initial funders meeting, and will probably come out once we get back to that.
Like it or not, Tim, we've got a partnership now, right, in asset. It's not just the city of Ames. So asset is really the viability is all the funding partners. So like Amber said, we're gonna have to get together and discuss with the group. City can't just strike off its own or develop solutions on its own. It's viable because of the power of all of us putting our money in. So the solution has to be there too. The policy, the long-term viability, and the policies that accomplish that have to be created by all the partners together if we want to keep asset intact.
And I don't disagree. I'm not suggesting we don't look at the other funders, but our contribution, our ability. So I'm just not sure we can continue to make the same levels of contribution year after year.
Right.
And if that's true, then are we going to look at the general fund, for example? Because I think that's sort of the elephant in the room. To what degree are we going to be willing to look at other pots of money to sustain and address the needs in our community?
Well, or the question becomes is, we talked about this, is there duplication of services? Is there a more efficient way to deliver those services? Can other agencies, work together? I mean, the answer may not be just continuing to increase the contribution, assuming that everyone's just doing a great, job. And that's where, again, we're circling around and we're trying to repeat ourselves, but it's just that community needs assessment will be very, very helpful because maybe there's things that we're funding now that really aren't primary needs and we need to just reallocate resources or just, shift them around. But, and I remember having this conversation a year ago, around the dais, and Tim, you're the one that brought it up, is that we just can't assume that every year 5%, won't be too long. We'll be at $2 million. And the point is that it's not the matter of the number. Is can that revenue continue to come in from our 1 cent sales tax? And maybe it will. I don't know, but I don't know if our revenue is coming in 5% a year higher every year to offset that. But I think that we've. This is a conversation that we have with joint funders. And actually, it's not just Gene Cressy. I think it's going to also be, we probably should have someone from supervisors and maybe even student government.
Yeah.
That should be in that call. So there's all 4 of the funders, to Steve's point, all four are having a unified message. So maybe the five of us need to talk before we have call a joint meeting. Maybe it's in the first of the year or something like that. Ladies, when do you start really working at visiting everybody? If you already done your visits, you're going to start doing. When you guys start really doing your slicing and dicing?
So it's coming right up. We've already done our visits, and the budget hearings are the first, the coldest day of January. That's when we do it.
The 6th and 7th.
There you go. It'll be cold that day.
What day?
The hearings are the 6th and the 7th.
6th and 7th. Okay.
Yeah, and then the panel work sessions are the week after.
So, Deb, I don't know if it's possible. The beauty of Zoom is you can be anywhere in America, and jump on. Even if we got to do it between Christmas and New Year's if we have to, or just the week before Christmas if we have to, we probably should jump on this pretty quickly. So, cover is provided for, and the agencies know it's coming.
Yep. I agree.
All right. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you.
Thanks for hanging around for 3 hours and 45 minutes. Appreciate it. Okay, Brian, are you up next?
I think so. Next is Commission on the Arts. CODA this year allocated $183,898. The requests came in 18.6% higher than that. So it's a $34,000 and change increase from the current year. So what we're looking for, again, just like with asset, is a pot of money that the CODA commissioners can use to make recommendations for the annual grants. And then they will also take a portion of that funding and set it aside for the spring and fall special project grants for next year.
So for council, to open it up for council discussion, we had a really well-attended, well-presented arts workshop. The town budget meeting had multiple people attend talking about arts. If council is interested in funding some of those initiatives or providing resources to help augment or catalyze new things or capital improvements or whatever it is, does that fall under CODA, Brian, or where would that fall in these, as we discuss these items coming up now?
No, I would consider that as a special, a separate activity.
Okay.
So here, these CODA requests, the amount that you're being asked to allocate here or authorize, this is just for the operational requests for CODA agencies that have already been received. So if you wanted to do something unique and different, that would be a separate discussion.
And this is like obvious, but 18% sounds like a lot, but it's $34,000 in the overall scheme of things. And so I think we need to keep in perspective, if we really are trying to commit to the arts, do we start looking at ways to try and help fund some of these that are really helping the quality of life in the overall scheme of things versus trying to be 5%, 5%, 5%, but just food for thought. But anyway, council, open up to you.
I'd just like to point out, or maybe this is a question, that I don't believe are actually sure how much money the city of Ames is putting into the arts, because we have it scattered throughout our budget in odd ways. And so I think, Steve, you said Dwayne was looking at this maybe. You're muted, Steve.
Dwayne is developing a report based on the input that was provided to you before, what other cities, larger cities were doing. So he's going to come back with you in a couple of weeks with not only what we're putting into for arts, but maybe an analysis of some of the numbers that were given from other cities. And you'll have to determine if it's really apples to apples. I'm not sure it is in some cases. So
No, I've got that pulled together. What it's really driven by is, do you have a facility? And also what you want to consider arts. For example, I got feedback from Sioux City on their downtown convention center, and it's really not big enough for kind of arts events. So they asked me, do you consider graduations and weddings and receptions to be arts? And I said, well, I don't think so. So we'll pull that together, and but it was included in the report as, they spend a lot on that facility, but they don't.
Those numbers may be overstated. And then we have to look at some of the things we fund. You fund events in the downtown and campus town, and even through Convention and Visitor Bureau, that I don't think shows up, or we don't get credit for arts. So we'll have to try to slice and dice it that way too.
So is the question, would it be better to postpone, and would it be adversely affect your planning process to wait 2 weeks to make a decision on some of these questions until we get that report back from Dwayne to have a better frame of reference, or not?
The reason I asked about this, let me just put this out there, is because I think having a baseline for where we are now gives us a better picture of how much we're adding to that. Now, the community members say there isn't enough now, so, they still want to have the increase, but I think it's important for us to know where we are now.
Well, to your point, John, we're talking about $34,000. I don't know. I don't have a lot of fire in my belly to overthink a $34,000 line item.
Tim, we argue over amounts a lot smaller than that every year. So, I guess I just feel like it's good for us to know where we are. And that's my only concern, because 34,000 in the big scheme of things really isn't that much. But if next year we get another request for 18%, it just, I think, pays for us to know where we're coming.
Why can't we just make a motion tonight to increase the allocation by 5%? There's nothing from stopping us from increasing it during budget time if we decide that we want to allocate more towards a particular organization or towards all the organizations.
A motion?
Yep.
Second.
Move to second. Martin? Discussion? Was it
Well, it really flies in the face. We've had very robust input from the community about increasing arts funding, and we're arguing about a $34,000 line item. We can get more information. I think we should. Gloria, your point's well taken. I think we need to get more information, but it's just not that much money. So,
go ahead, David.
After this vote, I think we should talk about establishing a grant program.
Those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed or abstaining?
Nay.
Motion passed. David?
Well, along the lines of responding to the community input, it was observed in this financial report that we have some one-time programmable funding that is, I think, I don't know that we make a final decision tonight about this, but I think that we do. I would like to get proposals from staff as to how to put together a pool of money similar to what we did for the Human Services capital grants, and just kind of brainstorm what might be useful to the community.
Right. So I'll come back with a pot of money for you. I don't think I have the program all fixed up. We might want to talk to some people on where the money should be used for, where they'd like to see it. But all you have to do is appropriate the funds. So I'll come up with a pot of money that I feel comfortable with for you to appropriate for that purpose. One-time money, in addition to this 5%.
Any motion on that, Steve, or not?
Yes.
I move what Steve said.
Second.
Is that okay, David?
Yeah.
So I'm fully supportive of this, but what we heard from the input, I think, falls into both categories, both the need for increasing our annual support, but I think David's motion is well stated and valuable, that there would be a place for some special projects. I want to make sure that we're just not pivoting and focusing exclusively on these special projects. I think both are needed.
Okay.
So can I just get clarity on how this differs from the grant program we already approved but hasn't been developed yet? Remember that small arts grant that we approved, I don't know, almost a year ago now?
I don't know, Brian, where is that at?
The Public Art Commission is working on that initiative. The concept that they are currently pursuing would be a partnership with the Octagon Center for the Arts to use that funding to complete some renovations, which would then provide for studio space for artists in a portion of the Octagon's facility.
Yeah, that's not what we approved it for.
That's what the Public Art Commission has been pursuing.
Well, we're in the middle of a different motion right now, so maybe I'll come back to that after this. But this is intended to be different from that. Is that right, David?
Yes. It's different from that particular thing. Yes, it's more responsive to the issues that were expressed this year, and I recognize the confusion that you're describing, but yeah, it is different, I guess.
Those in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carried.
So can I go back to that other question then?
Yep.
So what we approved was a concept for small grants to be given to various organizations. And this sounds more like what we just approved with David's motion, that it's more of a, like a facilities capital improvement kind of thing, as opposed to some piece of art or education that would contribute to the community.
Well, I've indicated to the Public Art Commission that ultimately whatever they recommend needs to come back to the council for consideration. So the council will discuss it. I think their view of it is that these renovations would provide space for artists, for individual artists. So even though the grant isn't directly to the artists, they felt that this was appropriate, in line with the spirit of the direction that the council provided at the time. There are very few parameters that were provided with that program, and so they've spent quite a while trying to figure out what exactly to do with it.
Well, it's nothing like what I was thinking when I proposed that grant. So I don't know what to do with that. It was intended to support the arts, not just people who work in studio arts. And, I don't know.
If the council wants to adopt a motion that clarifies what the requirements are, then I can communicate that to them and they can change their approach. But there aren't a lot of parameters that were put on the money initially. So I think this has been a great struggle for them to figure out what to do with this money.
What if, Laura, if you like a motion to have a staff give an update, let Brian put something together that can come back to council just as under dispositions of communication to council in 2 weeks, kind of give you an update. We still got a lot of stuff to go through yet tonight, and personally, I'm starting to get tired and worn out, and we're making budget decisions, and so I think we want to just keep this thing, clicking along. So, I mean, I understand
What do you
what you're saying. If you want a motion just to have Brian come back with an update on what's Public Art Commission is doing, and also maybe it would include what was the original motion and the parameters that were given, and so that we can just kind of get an update on that, and that way we have a black and white in front of us. Does that make sense?
I would move that Brian come back to us with an update on what the Public Arts Commission is doing with the small grants program.
Okay. Moved by Gloria, second by Rachel. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carried. All right, next item.
So the next item is the outside funding request. This is a little bit more complicated than it has been in previous years. Ultimately, again, we're looking for a pot of money that can be used for these requests. Last year, the council made a change with regard to the parking waiver policy. And so we've broken out for you the requests that have been made for local option money for just general outside funding requests, the requests that have been made for local option money for the parking waivers, which came from one organization. And then we have always separated out the AEDC workforce initiatives and taken that money out of the hotel motel fund because it's economic development. So I want to point out we have a new request this year from the Ames Main Street Farmers Market. I should also mention with the council's policy regarding parking waivers, so that policy is that the council won't waive parking costs for district-wide parking events, but that smaller events would be considered on a case-by-case basis. So for example, Farmers Market is requesting funds not for parking, but for other enhancements to the market. So Farmers Market will still probably come back to the council and ask for a waiver for the 2 blocks worth of parking that they use every Saturday during the market season. And that's not covered here. The requests are from Ames Main Street for the handful of events that close parking or provide free parking to patrons throughout the entire downtown. So I just want to make sure that that's understood. So here we're asking for a pot of money for the local option sales tax portion of these requests. The current year amount for those requests is $211,112. So the council could do some percentage increase from that. The total of the request is up 9.5%, which is a little over $20,000.
If you take out the new request, what is the farmer's market request?
Then the requests are up about $13,000. This year, they were pretty conservative. They were fairly conservative increases. The biggest increase outside of that new request is from the U Sports Complex, which is proposing to use funds to do some enhancements to the facilities and expand the programming. Their requests have been, I would consider them pretty flat across the last decade or so.
But the 13,000, what is that in percentage wise?
That would be $13,000 is maybe 6.5%.
That's close. So yeah, okay. So I think we're recommending a 5% here too. Start with.
Input, council?
So just as a comment about the Hunsaker Youth Sports Complex, so I think it's important that we continue to show a commitment to maintaining this facility. It brings a lot of activity to the community. and for tournaments and things, we have to continue to have a commitment to maintain these facilities if we want it to be a draw. So that does not seem like a crazy amount to me.
We need a pot of money now, what we're asking for all the requests.
So if council wants to go, you get the pot of money, you come back with the recommended.
Yeah, we always do, yeah.
And then if council wants to increase it for Hunziker or something else, or take something off of something else, you can still do that during budget time, correct?
That's right. Or you could authorize 6%, and that would that's a pot that would handles everybody. But the challenge for the farmers market, I think they missed the deadline. I think Rachel will tell you, she sent out a memo. They missed the deadline for the financing through the grant program of the Convention Business Bureau, which would be the right and proper source of that funding. So now they're coming to you to maybe help out this 1 year, but this may not be something you can do or should do the 1 year. Maybe they have to wait. I don't think you're taking anything away from them. They wanted to improve a service. Maybe they have to wait a year to improve that service. So if you don't fund that, you could authorize 6%, and then all the requests can be handled. Right, Brian, about 6%?
Yeah, 6%.
Or 5% would take a little bit of cut.
6% would cover everything as long if you took out the farmers market request.
That's what Brian's saying. I didn't calculate it.
I just did.
And what would it be if we included the farmers market request? I'm having trouble following this.
9%.
9%?
9.5% would cover all of the requests.
I have some difficulty with the farmers market request, primarily because I think they have used the community grant funds before, so I don't know why they missed the deadline this time. And I think the original grant request for that was only 5,000, and now it's 7,000. So I sort of feel like if this is just improvement,
well, Brian,
that we should just have them apply next year.
Is the service you're buying a new petting zoo? Is that what you're doing, or what?
They proposed some, musical entertainment. There's a petting zoo. There's some other.
So you've got to ask, how does that prioritize compared to your other projects under this category? Also.
Okay, I'm going to be bold. It's late. I'm going to propose a 9.5% increase. Council, this is just not a lot of money. And these are some of our key, farmers market's a key social connection. And they've been running on a shoestring budget. I think they do an amazing job with a huge number of volunteers. I think this would be a shot in the arm. And, so they missed the deadline. Okay. But they're providing an important service. So I'm going to recommend, I moved to 9.5%.
Second. Moved by Martin, Corey, second. Any further discussion? Those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed?
No.
Motion carried. All right, next thing.
I think that's it, isn't it? That's enough for tonight.
Yeah, that's it for decisions. We've got minutes and other things attached. Steve, I don't know if you want to talk about any of those specific requests or if those would come later. There's the one from the Convention and Visitors Bureau, which I think the council got separately also.
And also there's one from the Chamber of Commerce regarding the median in Campus Town.
Yeah, I don't think we want you to make a decision on those. You've got to wait to the end when you have wrap up and you see all of our presentation.
So they're still, they're on the table, but they're not being acted on yet, but it's just, they're not going to fall through the cracks.
Right, we want to fall through the cracks.
I understand that there is some some background on the Lincoln Way median though that we might be useful for us to see. Can you get that to us, or do you want a motion to dig that out and send it to us? You know what I mean, right, Brian?
Yeah, there's the previous Lincoln Way median study that we did about 8 years ago with the university.
Just to set the context, I think. And so can you send us that?
Yeah, we can find that.
Thank you.
Anything else, Steve and Dwayne and Nancy and Brian tonight?
I think that's enough.
All right.
I think you got everything, don't we, Dwayne?
Yes, we have all the decisions we need to go forward. Unless council has any other direction, we're moving forward with the budget based on discussions we had when we talked about COVID late spring and as we've been going along. So we'll continue with that.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you very much. You'll hear our story in early February.
All right, moving on. There's only 2 dispositions of communications to council. The first is a memo from Kelly on downtown parking.
So if you want to deal with that issue, you'll ask to be placed on a future agenda to talk about. If you don't want to discuss it at all, you won't.
I move that we place this item on a future agenda.
Second.
Second by Bronwyn. Those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the second one is just, I think was actually brought up tonight.
Yeah.
During comments. So,
right. No action on that.
All right. Council comments. Amber.
Nothing tonight.
David.
I'll just add that when it comes to the arts funding, we do get another chance to make this decision when it comes back to us, and the dollar amounts are low. I do want to see, a recommendation, or funding levels at that point, just so that we can think through it. There's the overall recommendation being 5% was meaningful to me, but let's look at it again later. Nothing else. Thank you.
Thanks. Tim?
So I have restrained myself with great discipline in not talking about the Iowa State Cyclone football season in council comments. I can restrain myself no longer. Hats off to Iowa State, the 8-2 record, the ranked 7th in the country. That's the highest ever in the history of the program. We're so proud of them, and they bring a great deal of notoriety to our community. And so congratulations to Coach Campbell on a great season. We still have some more of it to go, but what a great time this has been. That's all I have tonight.
Thank you. Conlon.
Nothing for me tonight. Thank you.
Gloria.
I'm going to circle back to the conference board and make a motion that we update the 2005 report, considering the continuing viability of maintaining the city assessor.
Second.
So just to clarify, are we doing this? I mean, why? Maybe you could clarify, Gloria, what's the purpose of this?
Because I think that 15-year-old data doesn't tell us whether it's fiscally responsible for us now in 2020 to continue having a city assessor if there's also a county assessor. And since there are only, 7 or 9 cities in the state that actually have their own assessor, it seems like a valid question to ask. And this is a good opportunity because our assessor has retired.
All right, before we vote on this motion, if council would not support, if we had an item on the agenda and voted on whether or not to maintain the city assessor or combine with the county, and the motion was just to maintain a city assessor as is without going through the report, would that change your motion? Because my thinking is that's a lot of staff time to go through and do all that assessment. When if it turns out, because the point is, if technically, if council votes this motion down, are they voting down? They don't want to consider.
I'm not tracking, John. Sorry, I'm not feeling well, so I'm.
I'm 4.25 hours in and I have a hard time trying to articulate it. My point is that the motion you're making is updating your report that actually looks at is it financially feasible does it make sense to combine the city and the county assessor? That's what the report looked at.
Yes.
That's the intent of your motion. See what I'm saying?
Well, okay. So my motion was to assess the continuing viability of maintaining the city assessor, which I assume is based on a fiscal assessment and whether we're doing what's best for the citizens of Ames. And my assumption was that if council votes this down, they're voting down the study, not voting down whatever might happen in the future. Okay. So I see it as a limited motion.
So to your point, John, I have no interest in losing our city assessor and ceding that to the county. When the city assessor is on our team, even though we don't have any political ability to make any changes in the assessments, I think there's great value in having the accountability of that within our city government. It's such an important role. Understand the vast majority of assessments, they're ours, right? So it's not as if there's another large community in Story County. This is really us. And I think the market is unique. I think there are all kinds of reasons why it's in the best interest of the community to keep this this role within our city government.
David, were you going to say something too? Or?
Yeah, my question is just to Steve or Brian or Dwayne, do you have a sense of how much work is involved in refreshing a study?
It'll be substantial. I wouldn't want to do it in the next, I've got a lot of stuff to do, and with the budget and the reinvestment thing, we could get to it later on, I don't know, after in February or so. See, we're going to have to sit down again with the county assessor, and he's got to lay out his plans, what his operation is. That's what he tells you before. That'll tell us what the operating costs are going to be under the new plan versus what we have now. So we're going to have to do that. Then we're going to have to get in all this data, update all the data on the coefficients and all that stuff. So
our contracts.
Let's say we won't do it. I just don't want to have to do it in the next, month or so. That's all I'm asking.
Our contracts with the assessor are yearly. Generally they have been yearly, right?
No. The way it works is it's actually an appointment for a 6-year term.
The terms.
Oh, I see. So, all right.
And I think that if memory serves me right, he's either in his first year of his 6-year term, or his term is just to start. I'm trying to remember which one it is. But when, on the basis that we continue to have a city assessor, the city and the conference board, appoints somebody, they would actually be filling out the end of the term for the unexpired term. So let's just say that they started on July 1 of 2021 for sake of discussion. And let's just say that he's already a year into his term. They'd be filling out 4.5 years of the 6-year term. That's the way it works. It's very interesting. It's not like your start date is, his 6-year contract wouldn't start on July 1. It's always continuing to go on. So kind of an interesting way of doing it.
Your question, I don't mind doing it. I just hope you don't make me do it in the next 2 months.
Sure.
And I don't want to speak for the interim person. I've had an interim police chief for more than that time. So if there's no rush to fill it, then that's okay. It'll give me some time. I mean, there's a lot of issues, not just dollars and cents issues, but representative on the, you only get one vote out of all the municipalities on the conference board. The appeal board won't be made up for people from the city of Ames, you understand. It could be a different kind of makeup who make those decisions. So it's not just dollars and cents, but it's a complicated issue. I do think numbers may have changed, right? The things change in that amount of time. It's not bad looking at it. I just don't want to promise you I can do it in the next 2 months or so. That's all I'm begging for. Some forbearance here if you want me to do it. Gloria.
I'm not setting a deadline on it, Steve.
Okay, everyone understand the motion? Those in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Who is that, David and Gloria and Bronwyn? All right.
And Rachel.
And Rachel. Those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carried.
I think that is all I've got for tonight.
Okay, so my question is, does that mean that tonight you voted to postpone pursuing after a city assessor until first quarter of next year?
Yeah, and I can't speak for Brenda whether she can be short-staffed for that long. That's the only problem I have. I don't know if she can withstand that kind of. That's the problem with that. I haven't talked to her.
Right. By that motion, basically, we've done is we've frozen the.
I think we need another motion to freeze that process. If that's what we're going to do. This was just a motion for a report from the city. It was not a motion to halt the process.
Okay, so let's tease that out for a second. Let's just say that it comes back, and let's say you get the committee going, and you find, and all that effort's put in to find somebody. It's presented to the conference board, and then the report comes back, and you decide you want to go ahead and combine.
So maybe there's 4 or 5 years left of a contract before we do it, or I don't know, but
I'm just trying to make sure that we're being efficient with use of time. And if they put out, it's going to take HR time. HR has been wanting to help us, or the conference board, to go out and do some of this work. They're not a city employee. They're actually,
the employees of the conference board. They really don't exist anyplace.
The assessor does, right?
No, the city assessor employees. Yeah, they're not city employees. They're really not county employees. They're employees of the conference board, city's conference board. Maybe the next step is really get a letter from the acting and see how long she feels comfortable of delaying any action. Can she serve without giving any extra help?
Yeah, because Greg was not a figurehead. He was out.
Yep.
He was out doing work, and he was making assessments and doing site visits, the whole 9 yards. So now they're going to be down one staff person,
right?
Who's really dang qualified and was very active.
So I have to agree with David. My motion was not to halt this process. My motion was to get the report at an opportune time.
Okay.
And I agree with David. If we hire somebody, if we get into this process, we hire somebody and they're here for 4.5 years, but during that time we get the report back and we find out we don't want to do this anymore, then at that point we move ahead with a consolidation. But it sounds to me like it's not likely that we are going to come to that conclusion. I just think we should be operating with data. And I know, Tim, you're always saying you like data-driven decisions. So I want some data.
Okay.
That's all.
Yep. All right. So then are you or Rachel, who's left, want to make a motion to place on a future agenda to give direction on whether or not to continue proceeding with this, pursuing after, well, here's it. I'm sorry. I don't think well when I get tired. The point is we have a 3-person committee that was voted on at conference board. And we talked to the conference board about the fact that the council was going to decide whether or not we want to proceed with pursuing after a city assessor or not. That resides with the council.
But it sounds like everybody still is fine moving forward.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's right. My interest is in getting a report that is no longer 15 years old for the next years when we deal with this, possibly this year, but probably not.
Right. But the action of hiring a new assessor will continue.
Mark? I want to just check, make sure you're still there and not sleeping or something like that. All right.
I'm still here.
All right.
I am here. I'm awake.
Can you advise me as to, do we need to have any kind of, you heard the conversation of the conference board. You've been quiet, so you don't get a pass like the rest of us do. Can you advise us? Do we need to have an official motion would it be wise to move forward, or is it more or less this conversation was adequate today?
Oh, didn't you have a motion to do a report?
We did, but I'm saying to have the, what's it called? It starts with the examining board, move forward with the process to start looking for a new.
I don't think you need a motion to do that. The examining board can simply move forward. I mean, there's a vacancy, they can move forward and fill it. I don't think you have to take a step to have them do that.
Then I will communicate with everybody else tomorrow via email that the council has given direction to the examining board to proceed with pursuing after filling the position of the city assessor. Okay, very good. Anything else, Gloria? Sorry, you're not feeling well. I didn't mean to aggravate the situation.
I just, no, I'm, that's it.
All right. Rachel?
Nothing tonight.
All right, Nicole?
Nothing tonight.
I would echo Tim's comments. Wow. Talk about something to celebrate in a rough year. I also want to just applaud council for moving forward on this reinvestment district. What a great opportunity. And we are really, again, just for the public's, we want to restate the fact that this is an opportunity that we want to try and take advantage of to leverage and get significant funding for a worthwhile project. And it's just the timing is such that it's not ideal in terms of being compressed, but we aren't setting the deadline. And so we're going to move forward, looking forward to it. So, all right. Entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
All right. Moved by John. Thank you. Good night. All right.